Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down so we can begin with our next working session. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down so we can begin with the next working session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with the next working session. The session is titled Transnational Terrorism and Emerging Security Challenges in South Asia. I request the moderator, Dr. Amna Khan, to kindly please come on the stage. I also request the keynote speaker, Senator Mushahid Hussain Sayyid, Ambassador Asif Durrani, Dr. Shahab, and Dr. Shabana Fayaz to please come on the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Amna Khan, and I'm the director of the Center for Afghanistan, Middle East, and Africa at the Institute of Strategic Studies. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to Islamabad Conclave's second working session on transnational terrorism and emerging security challenges in South Asia. Now, as we all know, South Asia, unfortunately, is not new to the phenomena of terrorism. For decades, the region has faced a spectrum of violence and extremism. However, new and evolving trends have emerged, posing far greater challenges, and I'm just going to briefly flag them. Number one is transnational terrorism. Now, an evolving and more troubling dimension is transnational terrorism. Presently, we are seeing terrorist networks that may not be ideologically aligned, yet they are forming pragmatic alliances. By replicating each other's tactics, strategies, and methods, these outfits have created dangerous complexities previously unfamiliar to the region we live in. Now, the other major trend is that we are encountering situations in which self-proclaimed democracies are using tactics resembling ethnic cleansing and genocidal practices with complete impunity. Now, this absence of accountability is setting a dangerous precedent as it risks inspiring terrorist groups who interpret this leniency as validation of violence as well as extremism. And I think such contradictions tend to erode the legitimacy of counterterrorism efforts, particularly when state behavior reflects tactics associated with terrorism. And lastly, we are seeing in the region countries that are seeking recognition. However, they must do so on the understanding that they have to adhere to international norms and obligations, including counterterrorism commitments and assurances. Failure to uphold these responsibilities not only undermines their own legitimacy on the global stage, but also weakens collective efforts to combat terrorism and maintain international peace and security. Hence, today's discussion will revolve around four broad themes: One is, of course, the evolving threat of transnational terrorism within the region, cross-border militancy, ideological extremism and populism in South Asia, and lastly, regional security cooperation and gaps in counterterrorism frameworks. And for this, we are joined by an extremely distinguished panel of guests. Let me introduce them very briefly. We are joined by no other than Senator Mushaid Hussain Sayed, who is the former chair of the Senate Defense Committee. He really needs no introduction. He has a long and a distinguished career in politics, diplomacy, and media, and his wealth of knowledge is truly unmatchable. So thank you so much for joining us, and I really look forward to your views today. We are also joined by Ambassador Asif Durrani, Pakistan's former special representative on Afghanistan. And since he is not holding an official position, we hope to hear far more from him than we usually do. We will also be joined, or we are joined, by Dr. Hu Xingsheng, who's the Deputy Secretary General of the Academic Committee and Senior Research Fellow at the China Institute of Contemporary International Relations, that is KICR. Thank you so much, Dr. Hu Xingsheng, for joining us. And we are also joined by Dr. Shabana Fayaz, who's professor at the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Quaid-e-Azam University, and of course, who is a renowned Pakistani scholar on terrorism. So thank you so much for joining us. I really look forward to, I did introduce Dr. Shahab, did I not? My apologies. Oh, my apologies. We're joined by Dr. Shahab Inam Khan, who's, my apologies, professor in the Department of International Relations at the Jahin Nagar, yes, University, Bangladesh. No, we have, it's been a struggle getting him here, so my apologies, but he knows, yeah. So anyway, thank you so much for joining us. Without further ado, please join me in inviting our keynote speaker for his remarks, Senator Mushaid Hussain.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, in the name of the Almighty, the Lord of all mankind. And ni hao to our Chinese friends, Mr. Hu Xingsheng, whom I know quite well, and wishing you good luck in Beijing. First of all, a very, very warm welcome to our friend, professor from Bangladesh, Dr. Shahab. Keman asun to bhalo? Apna bari Dhaka? MashaAllah. It's a pleasure. I had 4 great years there in the good old days. My father was in the army, and we were living in Kurmitola, which is the cantonment, and which is, my house was, father's house was 55 Tiger Road. Later on, I talked to President General Irshad. He lived in the same house as the Adjutant General, next to the army headquarters. And we was playing, Adamji School was a very prominent cantonment public school. And I remember we used to have a competition with the Shaheen School, which was the Air Force organization. And Sheikh Mujib's both sons were there, Sheikh Kamal and Sheikh Jamal. And we used to have football competitions there in the good old days. And of course, great leaders of Bangladesh like Maulana Bhashani were very popular in Pakistan. And of course, so there's a lot of interaction, and I look forward to being in Bangladesh for your election, sir, which is in February. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a small world, and I'm very grateful to Ambassador Khalid Mahmood and Ambassador Sohail Mahmood and Dr. Amna Khan Saiba, the ISS, very effective troika for organizing this international conclave, because we are living in times which are turbulent and transformative. And when we talk of imagining or reimagining South Asia, a few decades ago, we could not imagine a world without 2 big superpowers. The USSR, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and the United States of America. And then one fine morning, the USSR ceased to exist. And then it was the time that we could not imagine a world without the sole superpower. And that peak of that period, the Americans used to say, what we say goes. And that was for a period of time. And today there's no sole superpower. It's a multipolar world. And then there was a talk of the domination of the West. The West has been dominating for the last 300 years, and now that domination is now coming to an end. A new world is emerging, a world in which the Asian century is dawning, and the decline of the West, including the United States and Europe, is very evident. So in this context, when we talk of South Asia also, and Dr. Amna has set forth the agenda, we have to see some new realities that have emerged. And I think two of these realities are something which were quite unimaginable before in terms of how they exercise that power and influence and how they transformed the political and geopolitical landscape of South Asia. The first one is that in 3 of the South Asian countries, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Nepal, there have been popular uprisings. I'm sure in Bangladesh, people could not imagine a world without Hasina Wajid and Awami League. And I remember when your country was going through that popular uprising of the students, and I salute the students of Bangladesh for their heroism, for their bravery and their commitment to fighting against authoritarianism. I tweeted in support of the popular revolt. And I got a call from the Foreign Office. He said, "Sir, please don't. Our relations with Hasina Wajid will be spoiled." I said, "Hasina is gone." And this is a few days before she left. I said, "It's over. This uprising of the Bengalis, our Bangladesh brothers and sisters, is such that it's going to sweep away this order." And lo and behold, that happened. And similarly, in Nepal also, Prime Minister's house was stormed. Hasina had to flee in a helicopter to India. And similarly, in Sri Lanka also, the president's house was stormed. So the people power has been very evident, which shows that the South Asian political culture, and by the way, that includes Pakistan also, there's a very strong, the culture of resistance, the culture of defiance, which is pervasive in all of South Asia, includes Pakistan as well. So we feel that this is a very positive development because the people decide the destiny of their respective countries. The other important thing is about India. For the last 3 decades, the United States had declared India as the preeminent, the predominant, the preferred power with which they would ally. India would play 2 roles. One would be the regional policeman on behalf of the United States of America. The other one would be that of a counterweight to China, because China is perceived by the hawks in Washington, by the military-industrial complex in Washington as a threat, which we don't share, but in their view, because they're always looking for enemies. And on both counts, by the grace of Almighty Allah and the role of our armed forces and the people, in May, when India launched aggression against Pakistan, they were soundly thrashed. So that also was quite unimaginable that India, a country that had been built up by the United States, that they even now call, by the way, Dr. Jahan, you should know that it was Asia Pacific. In 2018, they called it Indo-Pacific officially, Admiral Harris, the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Command. And he said from Hollywood to Bollywood, we would have an alliance. So Indo-Pacific was announced because they wanted to rope in India also in this framework. So, but that, I think, dream or that fantasy has now been shattered on the battlefield, as well as also, I think, geopolitically as well, because that relationships of India with South Asian countries and relationship of India with its erstwhile allies has seen an special transformation. So when we talk of South Asia, Dr. Amna laid down a checklist of that. The core threat still emanates from India because it is not just military, which is one aspect. The other one is ideological. There are 2 states in the region, South Asia and Middle East, which have used terrorism as part of their state policy. Israel in the Middle East has been engaged in not just state terrorism, but also in genocide against the people of Palestine. And this has been exposed also. And for the first time since the existence of Israel, Western public opinion has changed against Israel. Not just in the European countries, but also in the United States. And one evidence of that is that the most important and the biggest city in the United States of America, New York City, now has a Muslim immigrant mayor who got 30% of the Jewish vote in New York, which is a sea change, which is transformative. And I think that's a very positive change in my view. And the other one is, of course, India in our region, which is not just engaged in state terrorism as a policy in cross-border terrorism, but also it's an ideological approach, like Israel. Both believe in irredentism. Israel talks of Eretz Israel, Greater Israel. And India talks of Akhand Bharat, Greater Bharat, which includes, by the way, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, 10 countries. Afghanistan also, Myanmar, Tajikistan, and so forth, and parts of China, incidentally. This kind of, and they have a map of Akhand Bharat, Greater India, affixed now on their parliament in Lok Sabha as an official doctrine of the ruling RSS party. So this, I think, is one of the major aspects that which is a cause for concern, because with an ideological foreign policy, especially towards Pakistan, and an ideological approach based on Hindutva, like Israel's approach is based on Zionism, this poses a certain existential threat to not just Pakistan, but to the countries in the region. And now they are also trying to rope in Afghanistan because of the current scenario in Pakistan-Afghan relations. But the core threat that emanates for the security of South Asia is from India. And but I do feel that this will not last long, because in my view, Mr. Modi's bubble has burst, and I think India is a great country, a big country with large civilization, with a lot of diversity, and that will, I think, may be manifested in the next few years. That is one of the main threats. The second one, I would say, is also a threat which is borderless. We talk of climate change, we talk of population, we talk of health and education issues. Because 1/5 of humanity that resides in South Asia has certain common issues on which there is need for common collaboration and cooperation. Recent floods in Sri Lanka, Pakistan also, Bangladesh situation. You know that in Maldives, they had a meeting underwater once because of that threat. In Nepal, they had a meeting of the cabinet in the Himalayas because to focus on the melting glaciers. So I think that is then one issue on which I've been advocating, that Pakistan and India and Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and Nepal and all the South Asian countries should cooperate, because these are issues which are borderless. These are people's issues. And when we talk of population, yesterday I was at the Dawn Population Conference, and I was looking at the figures. In last 1 year, this 2025, the population of India increased by 12 million. The population of Pakistan increased by 5.2 million, and the population of Bangladesh increased by 2.5 million, just in this year alone. So I think these are also common issues. There's also a third security threat, because we see a dichotomy in South Asia between the state structures and between the societies. The state structures inherited from colonialism are becoming stagnant, are becoming decadent, and the governance is becoming poorer, and the gap between the street and the elite has widened in all these countries. And hence, I think the elite capture is, I would say, the societies, on the other hand, have vibrant women, youth, active civil societies, strong media, and the power of public opinion is very evident in that. So this dichotomy between a stagnant state structure and a vibrant society is also evident. And there are now challenges to domination by self-serving corrupt elites and elite capture, which is a major issue in most of these countries, including India, by the way. And I'd like to mention, when we talk of India's progress, that there's 45% youth unemployment. The third largest illegal migrants in the United States are from India. First is Mexico. The second is El Salvador. The third is India, 700,000 people. And these youth are coming from which states? UP, Bihar, Gujarat, Punjab, East Punjab, and Haryana. So ostensibly progressive states and developed states. So these are issues. So these are certain common issues. So when we look at the future, I feel that the glass is half full and I'm optimistic. The first thing is in the United States, the Trump factor has been very positive for American foreign policy and for our region. The difference is that Mr. Trump is the first American president after John F. Kennedy in the last 60 years who is not from the American deep state, who is not from the American security establishment, and he does not share their worldview, which is based on militarism and which is based on Cold War. He's not looking for new enemies. He's looking for new friends who can nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize, basically. So that's a good one. I'm glad he's asking for the Nobel Peace Prize, not conquering more countries. That's a better aspiration. So I think the Trump factor is evident in South Asia also, that he has changed the paradigm of American foreign policy for the last 25 years. What was that? That was to cobble a coalition of countries to surround China, to take on China, to confront China against the non-existing China threat. Because China is a peaceful country. China is the only country which has risen peacefully in the world as a major world power without invasion, without occupation, without aggression, without colonization, which is quite unique. So that I think is very important, the Trump factor. He has now deprioritized bilateral security relationships, including India or including Japan or including Australia. So that's a major change. And I expect that when Trump goes to China in April and followed by a visit of Xi Jinping to America, in my view, China and the United States will reach an understanding also because there are more areas of common interest between these two countries. And one of them is South Asia. And they will push for normalization and rapprochement in Pakistan-India relations in 2026. Both China and the United States. Kindly note that. And I think that will also be very positive. The second thing which is very positive when we reimagine South Asia for the future is the biggest diplomatic and developmental initiative of the 21st century, the Belt and Road Initiative of China, BRI. You are part of that, we are part. Except for India, all of South Asia is part of that. And that is about connectivity among cultures, countries, and continents. And that is, in fact, part of China's strategic culture, because China's strategic culture has the 2,000-year-old Silk Road, which connected China with the rest of the world through commerce and also culture. So I would say that we are seeing then the beginnings of what I would call a greater South Asia, not as a geopolitical concept, but as a geoeconomic concept. Linked in with China, it's not just the South Asian subcontinent of the SAARC countries which were there before, because SAARC is now dead, unfortunately, because of Indian intransigence and obduracy. But it's about bringing these countries together through ports, pipelines, roads, railways, energy, economy, education. And by the way, 30,000 Pakistanis are today studying in China, and more are going to come. So this greater South Asia is going to play a very important role. And I think if there's a change of government in India, India would probably join in also with the Belt and Road Initiative, because India's future lies in the Asian century, not as being part of a declining West or serving as the cat's paw against China. And I think that, again, would be a very positive development. The third one is, I think that there is need for this closer interaction. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, I would say, presents a model where transnational terrorism, which you refer to, can be really met. And here, the Afghanistan factor is also there. I would say that it's something which is transitory. It's not permanent. It's a certain situation which is there. And in Shanghai Cooperation Organization, they have an organization called RATS also, RATS, the Regional Anti-Terrorism System. We would use that mechanism along with other countries in the region, especially China, including Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Iran, who are neighbors of Afghanistan also, that because all of face a common threat of destabilization through terrorism, which springs from Afghan territory. And I think that can be diplomatic way forward, in my view, would be the right approach, a more proactive diplomacy rather than kinetic measures or rather than using force or even using very strong language also. I think we should be, when we talk among ourselves and South Asians or in the region, I think the language should not be that of bullying countries or big countries, because we react when somebody tells us what to do, what not to do, whether it's India or the United States. So I think we should also be following that refrain. And that is the demands of wisdom also. In any case, we should accept that our Afghan policy was flawed. It failed. And I was a critic of that policy in the old days also, because I was the first journalist to go and interview even Dr. Najibullah at that time. And I'm very happy that Mr. Asif Durrani Saab, our very worthy and competent diplomat. He was my colleague when I was editor of the Muslim. I was the editor here. He was the, the bureau chief in Balochistan. And he arranged all my interviews with the Baloch nationalist leaders, Nawab Akbar Khan Bukti Saab, General Sharoff, and other leaders. And I'm glad that now he's also hands-on and trying to do things, good things in the region as well. So I would say that the region on the whole, especially after the momentous developments of 2025, has a transformed landscape. Maldives last year had elections. And what was the slogan of the Maldivian Democratic Party of Mr. Moise? India out of Maldives. You have seen in Nepal, you have seen in Bangladesh, you've seen in Sri Lanka also. So I think that the winds of change are very clear there. There's rejection of regional hegemonism, of bullying by any countries, and people are keen for connectivity. And Pakistan also is keen. Pakistan has even invited China and Pakistan together to join for India to join in the BRI and be a part of CPEC also. And similarly, I think if CPEC is extended to Afghanistan and trade routes are opened up, I think that will be very positive. In my view, that with Iran and Afghanistan, we need to be very proactive, have loosen the border difficulties, open up the barriers. You were ambassador there. You did a great job in Kabul. I remember meeting you there. I think this is the need of the hour. A temporary situation should not become into a permanent animosity, especially among neighbors, because we cannot afford that. And even with India, we do not have that problem. It's India which has had an ideological problem under the Modi regime of RSS. Hopefully, when that goes, or they change, I expect that change will come in 2026 when President Xi and President Trump meet and they have a broader arrangement for the region. So in that context, I feel that South Asia has a positive future. There's dynamism, there's vigor, and the feeling is of a certain self-confidence that has been injected among the states of South Asia, not just Pakistan, but also Bangladesh, also Nepal, Sri Lanka and Maldives, because I go to all these countries, that yes, we can do it and we can do it on our own, and we are masters of our own destiny. And I think that is the bottom line when we are trying to build a better, peaceful, prosperous South Asia without overlords and without underdogs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Mushaid Hussain, and on that cautiously optimistic note, I would now like to invite Ambassador Asif Durrani for his remarks on transnational terrorism in the region from Pakistani perspective.
Thank you, Dr. Amna. Sir, Ambassador Khalid Mahmood, Chairman, Board of Governors, Ambassador Sohail Mahmood, Director General ISSI. I'm really grateful for this honor to be here and especially sharing the forum with Senator Mushaid Hussain, who has been my editor in my previous life as journalist, and he has been very kind, and thanks for his kind words. Senator Mushahid Hussain has, in fact, laid down the course of our discussion, and I think I'll only be doing some kind of a filling because he has the kind of structure he has built is quite comprehensive and it's easy to understand. I'll try to fill in some colors into that. And that is that when you talk about terrorism, we all know there is no agreed definition. The countries, they use this term as per their own convenience requirements. And that's why then on the way we had to call some states as terrorist states, or then in response we used to call, or we are still calling state terrorism. And then there are terrorists, non-state actors. But when you look deeper into that, then I think states are responsible for creating those non-state actors who later on become monsters. And we have been facing this phenomenon also, at least during the past 46 years that we have seen. 9/11 has changed the entire scenario as far as terrorism is concerned. Indians were calling Kashmir Freedom Movement in 89 onwards as terrorism, quote unquote, Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. But there were no takers. But after the 9/11, it was quite easy for India to call it terrorism. Professor Shabana Mahmood can enlighten us on more on that academically, but it became quite convenient. Ambassador Sohail Mahmood and myself, we were in New York when 9/11 happened. And overnight, everything changed. Prime Minister Vajpayee was so impatient to offer bases to the United States. But geography did not favor India. So Pakistan was chosen. So we were the lucky ones. But what happened afterwards? We became a non-NATO ally. And the very next day, the West imposed sanctions against Pakistan in a way that they advised their people not to travel to Pakistan. So in a way, it was an unwritten form of sanction against Pakistan. Therefore, ever since we were declared as non-NATO allies, our exports have not increased. Those are stagnant. Reason is doing business with Pakistan has become difficult. Insurance cost has gone up. Your input cost has gone up. So therefore, one of the major reasons that your exports are not increasing, the reason is the prospective buyer does not want to travel to Pakistan. He or she expects you to travel to a destination of his choosing. So therefore, it adds on to your inputs. So therefore, 9/11 changed the scenario for Pakistan also. We are still, grappling with the term terrorism. We are still in the sixth committee of the UN. We are negotiating with the term terrorism. Still, there is no agreed definition, but we are dealing with terrorism. We are dealing terrorism, at least in Pakistan, on a daily basis. So these are the challenges. You have just in May, you have seen the kind of exchanges we had with India. Yes, for the time being, yes, we are the winners. But the challenges are very much there. There's no room for complacency. We can't say that, yes, we have won the day and then now we'll be living happily thereafter. This is not the scenario we are facing. Rather, our challenges have increased more because we are still waiting for Operation Sindoor 2.0. So that's a reality. So no room for complacency. And then with India, we have had difficulties from the birth. So those birth defects are taking us and snapping our energies for the past over 7 decades, and it's continuing. And there's no respite. In fact, it is increasing day by day. So these challenges, which we need, except for not only for Kashmir, but we have had actual wars, and then still we could not find solutions. So, since the topic is within South Asia about the terrorism and all that, so what you have seen in Kashmir is actually state terrorism with over 100,000 Kashmiris killed with impunity. Still, no questions asked to India. And then now, since 2014, the dispensation we are witnessing at the moment is actually not only you can say quite aggressive against the Kashmiris, but also against the minorities, especially Indian Muslims. Now, fast forward, I come to our next door neighbor, that is Western neighbor, that is Afghanistan. We have had inimical relationship from the beginning. We had problem of Pashtunistan and since Zahir Shah's time. And this blockade of trade is not something new. In early 50s, the border was blocked for almost 3 months. Then in mid 50s, almost for 18 months. And then in early 60s, another 6 months. So this is not something new. But lesson learned because of those blockages was that we did not earn any goodwill, one. Secondly, it did not benefit Pakistan. So if it did not accrue benefits to Pakistan then, don't expect those benefits accruing to you now. Trade cannot. Reason is, another example I should quote. India-China had an exchange in Galwan Valley in 2000. Mr. Modi immediately banned Chinese companies. But that ban could stay only for 6 months because the Indian businesses started feeling the pinch. And they went to Mr. Modi to lift those bans. Result was that in 2000, India-China trade was $85 billion. But after lifting of the ban, last year, the trade was $135 billion. It increased almost to $40 billion. While their dispute is very much there, it's very much the same. Rather, there have been recent tensions also. But don't weaponize the trade. When we have been telling, like we are telling India, don't weaponize water. So I think my advice here to our people would be, don't weaponize trade with Afghanistan. It will not benefit us. So this is the lesson learned as far as when you talk about terrorism. Now, when we talk about TTP terrorism, related terrorism, so this is something we have to face the music. Somehow, we perhaps wrote the score of this song. And we thought that we are a bulwark against communist expansionism. And we were the bulwark and we were the protectors of free world. We did that very happily. What happened next? Now we are facing Afghanistan, and Afghanistan, which has been destroyed by its own leadership. And that leadership is now sitting outside the country, leaving the country to suffer. Now, poverty rate in Afghanistan is 97%, out of which abject poverty rate is around 52%, who are actually dependent on international assistance. If they don't get it, they will die of hunger. But for the Taliban regime, there it makes no difference because they will just thump it to the will of God. They'll say that if they die, it is will of God. Our people, our policymakers thought that by deporting Afghans to Afghanistan would put a pressure on the Taliban. It did not. Why? Because the Taliban regime the regime cares less about the people. If they die, so be it. They think that it's the will of God. It would rather add more anti-Pakistan feelings, which would benefit the Taliban rather than benefiting Pakistan or fulfilling Pakistan's objectives, which we thought will be the case. It's not the case. So therefore, when we talk about these transnational terrorism and emerging security challenges, we have to look into these facts because these facts are staring us in the face on daily basis. And unless we come up with a practicable solution, I think we'll be facing and our people will be suffering on daily basis. Senator Mushahid Hussain talked about CPEC. Now, this is a project which can actually bring about a sea change as far as socioeconomic life in Pakistan or in the region is concerned. Just imagine in July, Pakistan's foreign minister visits China, and there is an informal trilateral meeting of the foreign ministers, and they agree to invite Afghanistan to join CPEC, and Pakistan decides and announces to upgrade its relationship up to the ambassadorial level. And within 2 to 3 months, the situation changed. No one is talking about Afghanistan joining the CPEC. We have upgraded our relationship, but of no benefit. What benefit are we accruing now? There is, in fact, a level of animosity, acrimony in the relationship. So who has benefited? India has increased its level of trade. Now in fact, since there is a ban on air using the airspace between India and Pakistan, so it would be the Afghan aircraft which would be carrying dry fruit and medicines between the two countries. The issue is that for India, their approach to reach out to Central Asia is not possible without Pakistan using the land route. But at the same time, it is also an irony that Indians have not formally requested Pakistan to be allowed to use the land route towards Afghanistan and Pakistan, Central Asia. So we can't take suo motu actions on that because we would be expecting a reciprocal arrangement with Nepal, with Bangladesh, with Bhutan, because it's just not a one-way traffic. And here, I think Indian intransigence is very much in play, and we have to look into that. So there's no doubt about Indian intransigence. They want to have dominance on not only on Pakistan, but the entire region. But they have failed somehow. But that failure is now translating into the failure of Pakistan's reaching out to Central Asia. So therefore, to block Pakistan entry into Central Asia, it is Afghanistan. And you can lure Afghanistan, and India can lure Afghanistan, and they have lured Afghanistan in most of the history of our existence. It's not for the love of Afghans, or it is actually they want to pressurize Pakistan by using the Afghan territory. This is precisely what they have been doing in the past, especially during the past 20 years after the 9/11. India used Afghan territory, and during Mr. Karzai's and Ashraf Ghani's time, Afghan intelligence, NDS, was working hand in glove with the Indians. Since 2007, TTP is getting money from India through the Afghan proxies, and that continues till date. Same is the case with BLA. BLA people, they don't, in fact, hide anything, and they say, no, we are receiving assistance, both material and financial, from India. They don't make any bones about it. So if we don't have to look for proof of Indian involvement in that. So here it is quite clear. So we have big challenges. And with these big challenges, I think solutions at the moment seem quite difficult. However, one has to go for the solutions. But for that, I think we have to put our house in order. Number one, how to control the TTP. In my humble view, it is a police action. Let police be the first responder. But you have to stand by the police. You have to have political ownership of police action. And then other paramilitary forces and other forces, law enforcement agencies, they should stand by the police. Because the Thanedars, you can't challenge the efficacy of Thanedar's intelligence. It is next. I can just quote one example in Quetta in 2013. A house, normally, they would go for 4 or 5 naans per meal, say for lunch or for dinner. But one day, the fellow came and asked for 50 naans. And then in the evening, again, he repeated the same order. In the morning, he repeated the same order. So the local police fellow and sub-inspector was visiting the Tanur, the bakery. And he was asking, exchanging, how are things going? He said, everything is fine, but today this is unusual because I don't see any movement, but the boy who normally used to have 3 or 4 breads per day has been taking 50 naans since yesterday. And within 4 hours, 13 would-be suicide bombers were arrested along with their gear. So this is where the other intelligence agencies can't do that. You have the foot constables in a thana, where Thanedar has got every information relating to any person visiting his jurisdiction. So therefore, I think let's make police the first responder and stand by the police. Secondly, with the Indian opposition on CPEC, I think we have to now go back to China and we have to make a clear case that who is opposing CPEC. We have to request China. They have to actually now make common causes. This morning, General Zubair Hayat talked about establishing 2 divisions to protect CPEC. And if we are not succeeding, it means then I think China will have to come forward. We have to do that. And then third aspect I would like to suggest would be that we have to make a case as far as environmental degradation is concerned, and in which India will also have to join hands, because this environmental degradation is not Pakistan specific. It is for the entire region. So you have to, in fact, so India, we may have differences with them, but as far as environment is concerned, it is a challenge for all of us, including India and Pakistan. Fourth, I would like to have a regional approach as far as this terrorism, overall terrorism is concerned. Senator Mushahid Hussain talked about Shanghai Cooperation Organization. That is a forum. RATS is a forum, no doubt there is there. But we have to give more teeth to this RATS or this cooperation between our regional countries. And regional approach is needed as far as Afghanistan is concerned. putting pressure on the Taliban regime is concerned, immediate neighbors and Russia are actually the formidable partners they can convince Afghanistan. Then, lastly, I think the regional approach should come up with a clear idea that days of hegemony have gone. So there has to be a regional approach for all issues. And I think here lies the kind of an, you can say, for future agenda that we can work together. I'll stop here. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Ambassador Durrani. We will now turn to Dr. Hu Xingsheng, I believe, who's going to be speaking on cross-border militancy. Dr. Hu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Amina Han. Very glad to be back again, although online. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Respected Senator Mushahid Hussain Said, Ambassador Asif Durrani, and all the other distinguished professors, friends, ladies, and gentlemen. It is my big honor to speak here on cross-border militancy. The persistence and evolution of cross-border militancy under the broader shadow of transnational terrorism and rising ideological polarization becomes one severe security challenge faced by South Asia that no state in South Asia can manage alone. In 2025, South Asia in general and Pakistan in particular remain central theaters of global jihadist and militant activity. And the Afghanistan-Pakistan axis is still the key cross-border theater. By cross-border militancy, I here refer to organized violent activity in which planning, training, funding, a sanctuary is located on one side of a border, while attacks, recruitment, or propaganda target communities on the other side. It is not just terrorism next door. It's a web of proxy groups, clandestine routes, digital echo chambers, and permissive political environments that together blur the meaning of national frontiers. Simply put, cross-border militancy in South Asia today is best understood as violence that is planned or supported in one country, executed in another, and sustained by networks that move people, weapons, money, and narratives across frontiers. Cross-border militancy has been much worsened in 2025 in South Asia. There are several outstanding features. Firstly, it blurs the line between traditional and non-traditional security. The cross-border conflicts between Indo-Pakistan and Afghanistan-Pakistan in 2025 have strongly demonstrated that a terrorist incident in a border district can trigger airstrikes, artillery duels, missile attacks, and troop mobilizations between two sovereign countries, even between nuclear armed states. Secondly, the tactical sophistication of militant networks has increased. Militant violence is increasingly multi-directional, multi-tactics. In Pakistan, Balochi militant factions, for example, have, since 2021, escalated the frequency and complexity of attacks, combining rural and urban guerrilla tactics, suicide bombings, and precise strikes on infrastructure and foreign targets linked to economic corridors, and even hijacking running trains. This multiplicity complicates counterterrorism. Thirdly, cross-border militancy is now clearly a regional phenomenon. In 2025, such scenario happened in the frontier regions between Iran and Pakistan, between Pakistan and Afghanistan, between India and Pakistan, also between Afghanistan and Central Asian countries. Fourthly, terrorism is deeply embedded in conflict zones and fragile borderlands. The Global Terrorism Index notes that over 90% of terrorist attacks and 98% of the terrorist deaths in 2023 alone occurred in conflict zones, underlining how strongly terrorism clusters in war-affected and weakly governed areas. In South Asia, that means borderlands, including ex-FATA and KP province, Balochistan province, Eastern Afghanistan province regions, Kashmir, parts of Northeastern Indian region, and Myanmar. Spaces where state presence is seen, borders are porous, and local grievances are deep. The logic behind the dynamics of cross-border militancy, at least on 5 interlocking drivers in South Asia. Firstly, strategic depth and plausible deniability. State and non-state sponsors view proxy militant groups as tools to impose costs on rivals without crossing the threshold of open war. This logic has not only shaped the Indian-Pakistan cross-border contest, but also shaped the Afghanistan-Pakistan cross-border contest. Cross-border regions either being regarded as strategic depths or as buffer zone become very sensitive in terms of national security and can easily trigger various conflicts. Second, political grievances and governance vacuums. Militant organizers take advantage of long-standing political conflicts and local grievances, such as demands for autonomy in Kashmir, widespread poverty in the tribal regions between Afghanistan and Pakistan, and the disputes over territories like Kashmir and Victorian Line. They use these issues to recruit members, move weapons, and spread propaganda through nearby regions where government control is weak or divided. Thirdly, ideological and digital ecosystems. Exclusionary ideologies, including hardline ethno-religious nationalism and sectarian extremism, combined with online platforms to move radical narratives much faster than border forces can move. For example, the interaction of the two toxic narratives, the Hindutva narratives and the Islamophobic discourse, creates what social scientists call a mutually radicalizing feedback loop. Each side's extremism justifies the others. This environment helps groups reframe local conflicts as transnational struggles, attracting fighters and funding from across the region abroad. More importantly, when identity-based politics erodes minority rights and normalizes hate speech, it also undermines cross-border cooperation because security dialogues become hostage to domestic narratives and mutual suspicion. Fourthly, non-traditional and structural drivers. The structural factors like the economic crisis, youth unemployment, climate change, weak border governance, and digital disinformation that make communities more vulnerable to militant penetration and transnational radicalization. These conditions allow groups like ISKP and the local affiliates to reposition from territorial control toward networked, low-cost attacks and online incitement across South Asia's periphery states. Fifthly, great power and regional rivals. I do not elaborate on this. The consequences of this dynamic cross-border militancy are profound and dangerous for South Asia. Firstly, it corrodes domestic stability and regional trust. I do not want to elaborate on this either. However, it is important to emphasize here that if a government habitually attributes domestic terrorist attacks entirely to external forces and places all blame on them, though this may help offer an explanation to the domestic public, but a serious consequence is that it may fail to earnestly and sincerely reflect on its own responsibilities. Moreover, such narratives and allegations have in fact downplayed local grievances and justify securitized responses, which in turn deepen resentment and prolonged cycles of violence in contested regions. Secondly, cross-border militants undermines economic and social development. Attacks against the tourism, migrant workers, and infrastructure, including projects linked to regional connectivity, deter investment and entrench and underdevelopment in precisely those borderlands where opportunity is most needed to counter radicalization. The result is a vicious cycle. Insecurity drives underdevelopment, and underdevelopment sustains militancy. Empirical work on BRI in South Asia concludes that terrorism, extremism, and militancy do not make the initiative impossible, but they transform it into a higher risk, higher cost endeavor, whose success now depends as much on regional security cooperation and conflict management as on finance or engineering capacity. And most importantly, cross-border militancy caps BRI's westward ambitions. Thirdly, proxy war culture could prevail in South Asia as a convenient approach to counterbalance or revenge. Cross-border militancy is now entangled with Indian-Pakistan and Afghanistan-Pakistan crisis dynamics. Both sides, either between India and Pakistan or between Afghanistan and Pakistan, accuse each other of sponsoring proxies and leverage non-state actors to impose costs to each other. How, finally, to address cross-border militancy? Responding to this challenge requires going beyond tactical counterterrorism. It demands a regional strategy built around three pillars: cooperate, prevent, and include. Cooperate, institutionalize regional security mechanisms. South Asian states need practicable, insulated channels for intelligence sharing, border management, and crisis communication that function even when political relations are tense. This includes joint watch lists, shared analysis of militant financing routes, and real-time hotlines between military and interior ministers. Given the centrality of the Afghanistan-Pakistan frontier and the Indian-Pakistan line of control, quiet, working level understandings on not providing sanctuary, training, or material support to groups targeting neighbors are very essential, whatever the status of formal recognition or diplomacy. Prevent, build ideological and societal resilience. Security responses must be paired with investments in education, local media, and community-based initiatives that counter both violent jihadist narratives and exclusionary majoritarian ideologies, which normalize hate and vigilant violence. Cross-border partnerships among religious scholars, educators, women's groups, and youth networks can promote alternative narratives that emphasize pluralism, rule of law, and shared vulnerability to militants rather than zero-sum identity politics. Include, address structural drivers in borderlands, rights respecting counterterrorism that avoids collective punishment, reduces the pool of grievances that militants exploit, especially in borderlands and historically marginalized regions, and protects due process. Is also very essential to undercut militant recruitment. Heavy-handed tactics that blur the line between combatants and the communities serve the militants' propaganda, not the state's legitimacy. Additionally, regional-backed programs should focus on jobs, infrastructure, services in border provinces, from KP province and Balochistan to conflict-affected districts of Kashmir, Afghan frontier regions. So these areas cease to be the preferred operating environment for cross-border groups. Ultimately, cross-border militancy in South Asia is not just an issue of terrorism from abroad. It is a sharp edge of deeper governance deficits, unresolved political disputes, and competing nationalisms. The task before South Asian leaders is to treat cooperation against such militancy as shared self-interest that transcends politics, and to build a security architecture where borders are lines of cooperation, not corridors of violence. As stakeholders in a peaceful South Asia, we should choose the path of shared responsibility, sober analysis, and patient cooperation. Thank you all very much for the patience.
Thank you, Dr. Hu Xingsheng. I would now like to invite Dr. Shahab, who will explain to us how ideological extremism and populism is shaping South Asia's security and interstate relations.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to be here in Islamabad. It's a city I truly love for many reasons. And of course, the city itself gives me a lot of breathing space, which I don't get in Dhaka. The traffic is remarkably good here, which... Okay, thank you. So everything makes my life easier. And then Senator Mujahid Hussain has given his speech, which has made my life even easier. And I'm still struggling what to talk about. I mean, then, of course, my friend Hu Xingsheng has given a very structured understanding of the entire extremism, terrorism discourse that we are facing on a daily basis. Now, let me start with my personal reflection, how Bangladesh sees extremism, terrorism, and radicalization, which slightly different than what the mainstream terrorism discourse would reflect in the case of South Asia. I mean, I personally work on Myanmar issue, Northeast issue, and I'm involved with a number of conflict mediation programs in Qatar and other places. So I took one of my very senior colleagues to Cox's Bazar. If you remember the map of Bangladesh, Cox's Bazar is right in between Northeast India and Myanmar. So we both were standing on the uphill, and I was telling my senior colleague, what do you see? He said, conflict. I said, no, I see Shakespeare. Hell is empty, all the devils are here. We have more than 56 ethnic armed groups in that particular corner. That means what we have inherited from Myanmar in the name of Rohingya refugees, 1.1 million sitting in Bangladesh, is perhaps a Southeast Asian problem inherited by Bangladesh, which is geographically constrained between two conflict-driven economies, the Northeast India, I'm separating it from the mainland India, and at the same time, Myanmar, which is in perennial conflict for last 6 decades. Now, that means our understanding of the whole radicalization, terrorism, is not only about how you get to see the extremist entities functioning, but also to see how the non-state actors are changing themselves and morphing into a non-state actor stronger than the state itself. For the first time in 54 years of our history, we now have a new border neighbor, which is a wake-up call for my neighbors. And of course, whenever I talk to my friends in Delhi, that predict unpredictability, because the entire Bangladesh-Myanmar border is no longer controlled by the state. It is controlled by an ethnic armed group called Arakan Army. You can see that how border is changing. The whole idea of border is changing for us. And that means our ecosystem or the pathology of extremism is slightly different than what we would perceive in a conventional way. Now, that's the first part of our understanding of extremism. The second is, again, my senior colleague. We looked towards India and said, what do you see? He says, well, we have a lot of problems coming. No, I said, no, this is the reincarnation of Joseph Goebbels, who was the information minister of the Nazi Germany. And I said, the Goebbels walks around there. Hence, the artificial intelligence comes. Hence, misinformation, disinformation comes. And hence, the tool or weaponization of technology has become another peril for Bangladesh. Let's go back to the August 5th, 2024. Bangladesh got its new leadership. Bangladesh didn't have any government for 4 days, literally no police. Bangladesh survived not only well, super well. We got a new government formed by none other than esteemed Nobel laureate Dr. Muhammad Yunus, who himself is an indicator of our social resilience against extremism. Now, a lot of entities, the far right wings, never liked him. So is the previous government, never liked him. I mean, that's largely to the crisis of Nobel laureate. We expected that we will have a second Nobel laureate. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. I mean, it is not only Mr. Trump, but also we had another person who was expecting Nobel laureate, Nobel Prize because of the Rohingya refugees. But I'm getting into the main debate over here is that when the whole ecosystem of what we call the bilateral relationship being weaponized through media, through misinformation, through disinformation, created a massive division even when Dr. Yunus came to power. Now, that division has become so entrenched between these two societies. I mean, we are the prisoners of geography because we are surrounded. If I always love my Indian friends that, do you know how to draw Bangladesh's map? They would immediately say yes, because if they want to draw India's map, they will have to draw Bangladesh's map too. Now, that means the whole idea of Bangladesh being misinterpreted in Indian media like anything. And that had two components. The first component is they have invested in one political party, having all the eggs in one basket over the night. The basket was gone, the eggs were gone, and we have sent the eggs to our neighboring countries. And perhaps the problem remains is then who are they going to coordinate about the political process? There was a big vacuum. The vacuum was filled in by what we call Joseph Goebbels. And then, of course, you get to hear that absolutely Bangladesh was slaughtering minorities left and right. But again, a few days later, we got to see in global media debunking that nothing massive happened when it comes to minority rights. So the problem was this sort of narratives that came was essentially being fed into the extremist entities. Now, extremist entities were the most or the biggest recipient of this sort of narratives. Immediately, they started to preach by saying, hey, this is how we are being seen in our neighboring countries, and therefore we should have some sort of resort against those things. Now, that created a fertile ground for the far rightists to really come up with anti-India narratives or anti-Western narrative, whichever you call. So therefore, that also continues to be a major problem for us, which is essentially coming from the media narratives putting pressure on the new generation. As I was referring to, why Dr. Yunus himself is a resiliency against terrorism, the very simple reason is he invested in women. Bangladesh's women empowerment indicators are quite impressive. He never gave money to men, always to women, which allowed women to build their own resilience against extremism, because they were the first person to respond to any kind of changes within the family. Oh, still, we do have problems, so of course. The alienation that Dr. Hu talked about, marginalization, economic grievances, of course, that creates grounds for some extremism to function, but not to a level where we should be super worried about. But where do we become worried? We become worried when we get to see that this is unfolding in the neighborhood as a very, very fast space. Where was that space, essentially? The space is the non-cooperation. And space is the weaponization of basic human issues. Bangladesh sees weaponization of water as a form of political extremism. Bangladesh sees weaponization of supply chain that is essential for human growth, for human potential, as a form of extremism. So therefore, our concept of extremism is wider. When we got to see that the most functional Indus treaty was being weaponized, when we get to see our water being weaponized, when we get to see that the tourism being weaponized, whether it is in India, Pakistan, or any other country, we get to see that these are the statist or non-statist weaponization of basic human rights. And this is where I think we stand at a very firm ground by saying that any kind of weaponization, whether it is tariff, whether it is supply chain, whether it is airspace, is perhaps a political extremism. And that is backed by certain factors. I mean, while historically, Islam was the biggest target of Western scrutiny, Islamization was being talked about. My friend Hu Shisheng has really talked about Islamophobia that is unfolding across the region. And that at the same time, we are seeing that two other religion is being misused, abused by the political parties in our neighborhood. One, as Buddhist nationalism is being converted into ethno-nationalist spree to expel 1.1 million Rohingya population in the name of Islamophobia by showing that Bangladesh has become the Western gate of Islamization of Myanmar. Come on, I mean, not even 5% of population is Muslim, and they have become the major threat for the majority of Burma is perhaps a conspiracy theory that nobody has debunked. The second is Hindutva, which has been largely talked about, and that has a very profound implication, not only on Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, but also India within. Even if you look at Northeast India, even if you look at the US religious freedom documents, which we haven't wrote, the Americans wrote. If you look at all the press freedom index, we are now seeing South Asia, along with the biggest country, surging into a massive catastrophe. What does it mean? It means very clear that we are now seeing that religion has become a tool for the division within the society with the return of the colonial mindset of divide and rule. And that's exactly where the terrorism and extremism breeds. The third issue, which I think is a major issue, and we're not talking about it at depth, Gen Z. Almost 22% of population is Gen Z. And then you have 15% waiting to be added to Gen Z is called Gen Alpha. They have a completely different idea about society, state, culture, philosophy, whatever you name. The problem is the understanding this particular new growth who are absolutely stunningly good in technology, faster than all the policymakers sitting here. And that essentially, that I was just in the spirit, about to get Gen Z out of this. So anyways, going back to Gen Z. So look at all these people who has created this whole ecosystem of social media, virtual media. Now, the virtual media, if you take deep web, you take dark web, these works much faster than any state apparatus existing in the surface domain within the states. Are the states going to be more surveillance? Well, conflict is inevitable. Dhaka, Colombo, Kathmandu. Is state going to be complacent? Result, Afghanistan, beyond. So the classic problem of how to deal between the freedom of technology and the state understanding of security needs to be dealt with in the coming years. And I think that is a gray area where we need to think beyond boxes. And that calls for a very important issue. While we know poverty is a problem, we know marginalization is a problem, identity is a problem, toxic narratives is a problem, but how do we solve it? The very fundamental solution lies in creating new institutions. And this is where we have to work together. What kind of institutions are we talking about? Is the same thing SARC? Is the same thing BIMSTEC? I don't think this is working. We are coming up with fancy jargons, minilateralism, so and so, so and so. I think the solution lies in how we create the like-minded countries come together and starts bartering their information, strength, and community-led initiatives to interface with each other and create a solution for the looming problems that we get to see. I would rest my case by saying 2 points. The first, weaponization of resources is the new form of extremism. We have to be very careful about it. We have to be very careful about the narratives that we get to hear all the time. How do we counter it? It has to be owned by the community, not by the state. The problem of Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, or India, when it comes to counterterrorism, the narratives comes from the top, not owned by the community. And this is where we have to work. And finally, we have to remember that South Asia possesses the human capital, strategic location, civilizational depth to overcome extremism and conflict pathologies. So where do we focus? We focus on human dignity. We focus on economic opportunity. We're focusing in creating market, linking market. I mean, today, linking market is not dependent on geography anymore. Internet, you can do it. Virtual space, you can do it. So creating market is very important, and absorbing the new demography into that system is of paramount importance for us. So let us choose strategies wisely, collaborate with open heart, and build institutions so that terrorism finds no sanctuary and extremism finds no audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shahab. I would now like to invite Dr. Shabana, who's going to speak to us about the major gaps when it comes to regional security cooperation and the lack of a counterterrorism framework. You can do it from there if you're more comfortable. Sure? Okay.
Hanji, Assalamu alaikum. Shall I say Khuda Hafiz as well? People are really tired. They badly need a tea. So do I. I skipped my lunch, so I also need a biscuit. So, transnational terrorism and regional connectivity and the security and economic uplift and climate. This is a whole gamut I feel we have been discussing in the morning. And of course, in this session, where I'm honored to be sitting next to all the seasoned politicians, seasoned ambassadors, and a seasoned academia people from China and from Bangladesh. I don't want to go into much into the debates, and I think we should not be deviating from the topic that is basically assigned, that is a transnational terrorism and its convergence or divergences in South Asia. We all know where it is still the theme looks, it is a nation state centric, but the reality is it is more than that. As has been widely said that, one day proxies have become the other day monsters. But I also tend to slightly disagree with it, because after the jihad was over in case of 1979 Soviet, and later on, the new generations or the third or fourth generations that we see in the TTP leaderships and others, all of them don't belong to that club. They're after 9/11 and the previous of that. And of course, there is the negligence and the linkages they had with the Afghanistan that also said. Let's look into the type of the transnational networks that operate in case of South Asia. I feel there is no exact, the figure, the data, if you scan, how much is available on that aspect, but 3 or 4 major transnational who are also extra-regional and global in their reach and deeply have impacted the South Asian landscape are, number 1 is Al-Qaeda, Number 2 is ISIS, now ISKP. And then you also have the from ETERM, IMU. You also have, all the other organizations coming up from different part. And then these organizations are also linked with the ex-jihadis and today's militant as well. We also have seen the penetrations even today of the freedom fighters or the jihadis coming from Africa, coming from Middle East, coming from Western part of the world, and being part of this whole, gamut of the transnational network. So this, in a way, makes the South Asian landscape more opaque, because you have the groups that are sitting here, like the Muslim origin, first British Pakistani, coming here for training, maybe in ex-KP, and going into Afghanistan during the 9/11, caught there and going back. So 3 or 4 places are involved in it. So in that, what is required is that you need to have a collaborative framework between the states and international agencies who are focusing on these subjects. Unfortunately, that has not happened at the regional level, but it has happened at the global level. Rather, some negativities has also happened on part of Pakistan when many people were shipped to Guantanamo who were not involved. That's what the media report said after all. But in the haste, many decisions were taken. And even one time, the Afghan ambassador to Islamabad was also handed over. So this is something that has had deeper scar. I feel why the transnational networks are important to be reined in. As has been rightly said by my Bangladeshi colleague, you have a very vibrant population. We have the youth bulge. We have a women majority in this part of the world. So we have a population reservoir, South Asia. But at the same time, if you look at the human development indexes, we are at the lowest. And unfortunately, Pakistan is going down by down, And the other is, although we are very, traditionally very secure and will continue to do so in that favor. So there is a lopsided development. So one way is that, is there a disconnect between the development, human security, and counterterrorism and CVE? So this is something the people, if you go to the West, our friends and colleagues, they blame us that you people are not developed, and ideologically you are splintered, and you also have the social issues, and these are why. And combined is your histories of conflicts with your neighbors. So all this makes a fertile ground for the extremist ideology. But what about those who are sitting in the West, outside with their computers, and why they attacked their own nation or their own region, their own country where they have lived so long, either just being the Muslim or just believing in a hard policy of Christianity or otherwise? So in other words, it means that it is, to me, it looks that terrorism is essentially a mind game. So to reverse that mind game, you need to invest in the mind. Whether you invest virtually, as has been said, we are all prisoners of the virtual world, isn't it? All of us keep on looking at, in our palms to see what's happening in the world. So the technology savvy organizations, the violent non-state actors, they're well equipped in that. They have invested in the social media outlets far ahead of the government agencies. If even the TTP, they have taken out their women magazines, Women Brigade, Sunte Khola, and others, who are trying to say that the role of the women is to raise the jihadi child. So this is what you can read into the manuals and others, off-ground material that you come across. Same is the other. So what it means is that virtual social media should not be seen as a threat by the agencies involved in counter-violent extremism or counter-terrorism. Normally, if you look into the policy discourse or the policies being, floated by the governments, they tend to clap. The point is to invest in cyber literacy. Most of the think tanks or even the universities like us and others, I would like to ask that, have they invested, have they done a cyber literacy for the high rank professionals, for the mid researchers, for the new starters? No. And then with that, you don't need to tell them what commands you have to give. You need to have the seasoned people who can tell how you can identify that the material on this platform looks like vague. It should not be bought. We give assignment to our youth, within the 2 hours, they come up with the answers because they don't want to have an in-depth view. They want, so we have to be very in a dialogue to make them do. So this is one thing. And another important is that South Asia say that can we have a transnational terrorism mechanism? I think it's a $1 million question. It is a question that should not be at the moment filled in. There is a whole blank that will, and maybe after, as you said, a new organization is needed. But who will make the new organizations? There won't be new states. Maybe you need the new faces who are occupying the seat of power. But unfortunately, I don't see in future that we can have, although the SAARC does have the South Asia desk focusing on terrorism, you know, the special. I happened to be in Nepal once and visited that area, and I said, I want to meet the person who was heading. He said, it's a closed door. They never open. The office is locked. I said, and that was after 9/11, way back. And everybody was saying that we are on board. So this is how we are on board within the region. So I think the important point is that we need to invest in the preventative, proactive dialogue first. It will take time. And then we need to engage our youth. We need to engage our women and civil society along with the government and the other organizations to just to have the debate. It should not be a one-go exercise. It needs to be a at least few years exercise. Minds cannot be changed in a moment unless you have certain, you know, jadoo or something. I don't think so it's possible. Last but not least, a holistic framework is possible, but I think for the rational transnational network versus the violent non-state actors is to involve the extra-regional actor. And that is where the role of China can be very viable. I recently, I think earlier this year, I did one in Bangladesh, a paper on Chinese counterterrorism policy in South Asia. Chinese counterterrorism policy is very much driven by the security of their nationals, security against their country, whether in the narrative form or otherwise, and also maintaining the cordial relationships and non-interference in the state where they are operating. So if that is possible, and if, of course, in India may be the minus in the equation, the China can take the lead along with the other South Asian, given its BRI and other interests, to create this mechanism. A day earlier, we had a joint exercise with the Chinese on focusing on counterterrorism mechanism. So this is what they have, reached a point. First, they were not willing to commit to that. They've reached the point that they need their, physical trainings together, or maybe the vigilance together in the areas that are they're suspicious of targeting China as well. So with this, I'll relieve you from hearing me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the panel. I believe we can manage to have a quick round of question and answers. I think we have about 10 minutes. So please raise your hands. Wait, do we have the mic? Second. Just a request to the audience, if you could make your questions very brief, no comments, please, because we are running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rukab Malik, NAS? Not a comment. Ambassador Asif Durrani, you mentioned that weaponizing the trade is something that's counterproductive, especially in relation to Afghanistan, which I recognize because it's hurting the people there who are already suffering immensely because of what's happening in Afghanistan, and our people here. However, I'd like to ask you a pointed question, and also Dr. Shahab, if I can as well, if you can join in with this, regarding TTP, for example. TTP ideologically intertwined with the Taliban regime. It has ethnic, family linkages, linguistic linkages, historical linkages, intertwined in the way they fought against the American occupation, and they support each other throughout. How do you suggest we go about delinking them, dissociating Afghan Taliban regime as it is from TTP. What is your suggestion in this? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Hira Sarwar, a diplomatic journalist, and I'm working on culture diplomacy between Pakistan and Bangladesh. So I want to ask Dr. Khan, please comment on the future prospect of Pakistan and Bangladesh relations, because currently Pakistan and Bangladesh are a hot topic in regional diplomacy. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abed Hassan, and I'm student of International Relations at International Islamic University. My question is from Senator Mushahid Hussain. Sir, do you think that all the countries in South Asia are suffered from terrorism? And terrorism is a common evil that makes harder to us to survive in peace. Do you think that there is any possibility in future when all meet in table and discuss and resolve this issue peacefully, or terrorism or some other dynamics as well?
I think we can take these questions. We can start with Durrani Saab and then we can go on.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. Weaponization of trade now, it is in fact becoming regular talking point in the diplomatic and intellectual circles. What benefits do we accrue out of that? I quoted you an example of China-India. They stopped trade, India stopped trade, but they had to resume it. It's the benefit. Why I say it in the case of Afghanistan is that, for instance, you have no trade with Afghanistan and you don't allow any transit of trade from Afghanistan. So there'll be more poverty. And there will be more poverty, the people will start leaving the country. So they'll fan out to the neighborhood. And the most favored destination would be Pakistan. Are we ready for that as well? Do we have any contingency plans for that? One. Second aspect is that how to tackle the TTP while they are ideological cousins of the Afghan Taliban. That won't happen. You will have to have counter-terrorism strategy within your own borders. You smoke them out within your own borders, they'll become orphans in Afghanistan. So first, you have to put your house in order, make them irrelevant as far as our own society is concerned. Reason is, TTP have not produced any scholars worth their salt. Please quote me one, the TTP scholar. Just one. Or even TTA. So you have to defeat them in their own narrative. Secondly, they don't owe allegiance to Pakistan's constitution, saying that it's un-Islamic. Please ask them which clause of Pakistan's constitution is un-Islamic. So again, you can defeat them in their own narrative. I don't see that happening. How many of us have I have had exclusive debate on that issue, on TTP per se. Even on TTA, their intellectual capabilities. How many of us? Yes, we could celebrate their triumph, their victory. We could celebrate and we would say that they have broken the shackles of slavery. But what next? So these are the things which are under our control. Forget about others who will do that, who will not do that, but it's in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think you have asked a very important question. When it comes to the entities such as TTP or TTA, I mean, our understanding is very, I would say, quite comprehensive over here. I mean, you have to deal it with conversation. And I think dialogue is very important. Why I'm telling you, I mean, I understand that this might raise eyebrows, but most certainly when we dealt with our insurgent groups in Bangladesh, Chittagong Hill Tracks, these are all done through conversation, dialogues, and giving them the enough space to really come over. Now, if that doesn't work, then what happens? Of course, then again, I agree with Ambassador that you have to have a very solid counterterrorism strategy, and that strategy is not kinetic. It has to be all-encompassing by not alienating any of the groups. So this is how I get to see when it comes to conflict mediation and conflict resolution. So this is one issue. Going back to the relationship between Bangladesh and Pakistan, and I think Bangladesh-Pakistan relationship will continue to be better. I mean, if you see it from a very political point of view, we are at a point when I think the Bangladesh realizes that it has to have a wider regional relationship rather than having a very myopic interest. That is the reason at the political level, I'm quite sure we're going to see some sort of stable long-term relationship coming in. But at the same time, when it comes to strategic relationship, this is where I would be a little careful and cautious by saying this will be very transactional. Transactional in a sense, we have a hedging strategy with the United States and China, and we are also geographically surrounded by the big neighbor, India. So therefore, our understanding of this strategic relationship cannot be at the expense of one and another. So therefore, I think this whole strategic relationship, while we have the best of high-level visits going on, can only be translated into actionable component if we have the transactionality done in a proper way. So this is strategic. And when it comes to economic, and I think there's a huge potential for economic relationship. I mean, this is the reason I was talking about when you weaponize airspace, essentially you are discarding the private sector, which is the fundamental part of international trade and investment regime. So you're actually making life difficult for the private sector to thrive, which essentially in turn puts a pressure on the economy, and therefore all these narratives of extremism comes in. So therefore, I think we have a potential for economic cooperation, whether through sea, whether through investment, whether through barter, whether through different mechanisms. And even we were talking about how do we channelize Dhaka, Islamabad, or Karachi flight, whether we can go for code share with other airlines. I mean, we need to see the economics over here. So economics is going to be one of the fundamental bone for Bangladesh, fundamental pillar for Bangladesh-Pakistan relations to come in the future. Cultural level, I think this is where Pakistan comes in. Sana Safinas comes in. So I think you already have that. So what you need is essentially to understand each other. Even one of the greatest singers, Alamgir, was studied in Bangladesh, Mirzapur Cadet College. If you look at the 60s and 70s and 80s.
And don't forget Shanaz Begum and Firdausi Begum. Soni Dharti Allah Rakhe.
Runa Lala.
Runa Lala, of course.
So now, going back, if you look at the 50s, 60s, and 70s, many of the Urdu songs and the movies were actually written by Baran Shen and others coming from, and none of them are Muslims. They're coming from very cultural Hindu elite families from Bangladeshi side. So that means that kind of cross-fertilization has always been there. And I think that has to be revived, that has to be taken forward. And I think as a cultural diplomat, you should be looking into that. And the last point is, then again, if you look at Bangladesh's new foreign policy, which is extremely based on strategic autonomy. And strategic autonomy means that we now have greater relationship with all the countries around, whether it is Pakistan, United States. Even we are one of the first countries to cut a deal with the Trump administration in the early months of this year. I mean, 19% successful trade negotiation, which also have the defense dimension. And I think we have to be very careful about that thing. And then, of course, we do take the case of saffron nationalism, which has an implication for us too. And that saffron nationalism is backed by populism. And I think in one of the earlier sessions, we had a discussion that how Bangladesh is always used for domestic political purpose in many cases. I mean, even if you look, somebody a few days ago that Bangladesh's half shall be taken over and so and so, I mean, all these mythical jargons for the local. Now here, one thing you have to always remember, where populism comes in. I mean, is it a majoritarian population or is it just a myopic population? I mean, in case of India, it is a majoritarian populism because if you look at BJP's rise or BJP in power, it is being voted. I mean, you have to give credit to Indian electorate, which is being quite sophisticated and very strong, and where you have seen that people voted for saffron nationalism. So we have to live with that kind of reality and accept the reality and move on. Thank you.
Mushahid?
Thank you for your question. I would humbly beg to differ from the premise of your question. Your question was that since all the countries of South Asia suffer from terrorism, I'm sorry to say all the countries don't. Other countries do, except India, because India is the key sponsor of terrorism. Look at the track record. Sri Lanka is Tamil Tigers. Here also BL and TTP, they have supported. Nepal is blockade. Bangladesh, you mentioned the water extremism. China, they have given refuge and sanctuary to Dalai Lama in Dharamsala because they want separatism in Tibet. So with all of their neighbors, big or small, India has a certain problem that they're poking their finger in their internal affairs. So then we cannot have that kind of consensus because one country is the source of terrorism, the others are victims of terrorism. I'll just give you an example. I was a journalist, editor of the Muslim, and I went to the SAARC summit in Bangalore. I think it was in Rajiv Gandhi's time, and Mr. Juneja was the prime minister. And it was amazing to see that during the SAARC summit, when it ended, India brought in the leader of the Tamil Tigers, LTTE, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Elam. His name was Prabhakaran. In an Indian Air Force plane in Bangalore, from Madras. He was holed up in Chennai or Madras, they call it. He was Tamil also. And to have a meeting with Jayawardena, the president of Sri Lanka. And the Indian, they interviewed me on television. And I said, I'm very shocked at this thing. He said, we are trying to have peace. I said, that time they had a Khalistan insurgency also before that. So I said that if Pakistan had provided an Air Force plane to Sant Jarnail Singh Bidranwala to meet Rajiv Gandhi, how would you feel? So this is the audacity of India, that they promote and sponsor terrorism, and it's a terrorist outfit. And of course, like we have faced it also, you create a monster, the monster will devour you. And the Tamil Tigers killed Rajiv Gandhi then, eventually. And we are facing the same blowback from our friends, your friends, the TTP. Oh, mashallah. So, you know, you pay for that, you pay that price. And I think main thing is we learn the lessons and कहते हैं ना इस्लाम में तौबा की गुंजाइश है, so we do the tawbah and then we move on. So, and I think so India has not done the tawbah as yet. And I think until they do it, this monster will devour India also, because India is a big country, 17 different insurgencies. Kashmir is a liberation movement, it's occupied territory. And under international law, and it's very clear, and I was discussing with Ambassador Suhail, under international law, a people living under foreign military occupation have the right of armed resistance, whether it's the people of occupied Kashmir or the people of occupied Palestine. That's why I say Hamas is not a terrorist organization, it's a liberation movement. The Kashmiris are fighting for this right of self-determination. So, because it's not part of India. So in that context, I think the main problem is India. If India resiles from its position of using cross-border terrorism through raw or whatever, and as he said, also water extremism, or even Nepal is the only other Hindu country in the world. And I was in Nepal when they had the last blockade. They had 3 blockades in the last 30 years. And why was the blockade? Because Nepal said, we will buy arms from China. They said, how dare you do that? We'll blockade you. So, you know, this kind of approach is there. So I think minus India, it's possible. Maybe after Modi, there'll be a new leadership, which is more sensible and which is part of the South Asian mainstream. Then we can have the cooperation on terrorism. By the way, there is a very strong terrorism focus in the SARC organization also. Shabana said she went there to SARC Secretariat in Kathmandu and saw that about terrorism. But that office is right now inoperative. Thank you so much.
I do have hands up for 4 more questions. I'll start with Ambassador Ayaz. Did you? Okay.
Well, sir, I'll try to be very brief.
Ayaz Wazir Saab was a very successful ambassador in Kabul, mashallah. I remember meeting him there, and those were good days. Your friend was Mr. Karzai.
Karzai is fine. I wish Karzai was allowed to conduct business of.
He would have done a better job, yes. Yes, I agree with you.
Good for the Taliban and for us all. Sir, my question is, I wonder what kind of a policy we follow in dealing with terrorism and in dealing with Afghanistan. My assessment is nobody in Afghanistan wants to fight a war with Pakistan. And similarly, no one from Pakistan wants to fight a war with Afghanistan. So if that be true, then why are we in a situation of war between 2 countries? Secondly, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, everybody knows the entire population has risen to the fact that we want peace. All the political parties of Pakistan, their leadership based in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, are on the same page on this one point, that we don't want to have bad relation with Afghanistan. But their leadership here in Islamabad are not listening to their own political parties in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The fire is burning, or the war is killing the people of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Pata, and nobody here bothers. An assistant commissioner was yesterday martyred in Banu, and a colonel also. On daily basis, it's happening. And we are enjoying the cold weather over here on a good cup of coffee, chit chat, and then forget about it. Why can't the government involve the people who can solve this problem for you and similar people from Afghanistan to sit together and solve it for you? But again, to repeat the main point, why the leadership here in Islamabad, they do not agree with the voice coming from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa for our relation with Afghanistan and handling the militancy. Thank you.
I'll come back to you. Professor Jaspal, sorry.
Very good comment. Excellent.
So as brief as possible, please. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. I think that I recall Bashar Saab said on the same forum a few years back that when you met Abdullah, that Pakistanis must contact the other groups in Afghanistan. I think that Pakistan needs to make a long-term policy and get rid of this basket which we prepared in the last 50 years, Mullah's basket, Mullah Pashtun basket, and that is the basket which is eating. Now, here, just I wanted to ask both of you, how you look the internal situation in Afghanistan. You sir, and Durrani sir, because it's a fact, trade or geoeconomics, it has always been used as a weapon. And it's again a fact, without getting rid of a political sanctuary, you cannot get rid of a physical and popular sanctuary, and you cannot counter the terrorism. Afghanistan is a political sanctuary, whether we like it or not. What we needed, we have to further strengthen the border and do not permit the Afghans to enter in Pakistan for the sake of us. Whether it's a burning, of course, we are paying the price, but we shall not be going to commit a mistake. Trade, yes, 130 billion trade between the China and India. Sir, how many? More than 100 billion Chinese exports are coming in India. It is in the Chinese interest, but there is not India involved in killing the Chinese. So we have to be very careful when we try to talk about or try to defend the or have a nostalgia of the old policy. I do agree, we are suffering. Our traders are suffering, but we have to get rid of this Afghan mullah nostalgia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. I don't have a question, and if I have your permission, I'd just like to make a comment.
As brief as possible, please.
I think South Asia has been a victim of its own circumstances since times immemorial. Go down in the history, and not a race that hasn't come to this part of the world and conquered it. A stable Afghanistan, a stable South Asia, especially Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, this region, it does not exist on the world map in the minds of the powerful countries of the world. And Mr. America is the country in the lead. And it's because of pursuit of their own interests. The genesis of terrorism is not indigenous. It is all pursuit of their interests, global interests. Sorry for taking a bit longer time. If you plonk 3 pins on the world map in 2 regions, in Africa and in South Asia, green, blue, and red, wherever there is trouble, put a red pin. Wherever there are resources, put a blue pin. And wherever there are Muslims, put a green pin. And you will see a pattern. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amna, Dr. Athiari Kazmi. I just have a very short question for the speakers who have, discussed Afghanistan and the recent situation over there. My question is that given the recent killings of Chinese nationals in Tajikistan, do you think that the spectrum of this, tension and, terrorism is shifting from the eastern flank to the western side of Afghanistan? Do you think it has got more to do with CPEC, less to do with CPEC in Pakistan and more with China maybe about its peaceful expansion, which is so far economic? But, Dr. Hu may like to answer this question, that is China prepared if the economic side of Chinese foreign policy is going to connect sometime in the future with the security angle? Thank you.
Last question, as brief as possible, please. I'm sorry, because we're running out of time.
Assalamualaikum ji. Derbir Bukhari, PMLQ, Chairperson, Foreign Affairs Committee. We are witnessing Pakistan to be occupying center stage, I believe, in South Asia. And it seems to be, Pakistan seems to be very keen on keeping that position. I wanted to request Mushahid Sam, in your view, do you think Pakistan is mature enough to retain that and keep that position? Or are we going to act like teenagers and not know how to go about it? Yes. Thank you.
75 years old, teenagers in their teens.
I'm really sorry. I cannot take any more questions. You've already stood up. Okay, please. What can I do? Everybody? The last question, please.
Thank you. My question is to our distinguished guest, Chinese guest. Sir, SCO's main goal is the eradication of terrorism, extremism and radicalization. But still, these threats are prevailing throughout the member states' territories. What is the mechanism SCO is following to eradicate these threats?
Okay.
And do you see the SCO would achieve these objectives in the near future? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have to be as brief as possible. So let me start with Dr. Dr. Hu, yes, if you could briefly answer these two questions that have been posed to you, please. Professor Hu Xingsheng?
Okay, no, it's okay. I haven't caught the first question. It seems to me how China use economic approach to address terrorism. I'm not so sure. As for the SCO role, I can say that, frankly speaking, not that functioning after India become one member of it. Before that, SCO very functional in addressing we call three evils, very effective. So because that we have the physical differences in defining the terrorism in this region, just now as the Senator also mentioned, that India may be the source of radicalization or extremism of this region. So how to make a connective joint efforts in tackling the extremist and terrorist issue is a big question. So maybe in the future, I think that within SU framework, we can invite the similar or the same minding countries or partners to take more flexible, practical approach towards terrorism, like what we already done in taking the guiding principle of minors, like minors India. For example, in the BRI, during each SCO summit, the India will not agree to accept BRI within the joint statement. So just okay, we list all the countries who support it. So minus India could be one of the approach to make SCO, especially the rest more, or maybe a new one within the SCO framework or multilateral to make it more functional. As for the Chinese philosophy in tackling with radicalization, we think that the guiding principle, of course, we would believe the development lead to de-radicalization. That is our strong philosophy. But of course, need patience, need political stability, need all the community level people to participate or just support.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Durrani, we'll take it from here. And
Yeah, I fully agree with Ambassador Ayaz Wazir, his observations. I think if we want a solution, then I think the people of KP are to be involved. It's their problem they are facing on daily basis. So I think, and we have a system, Jirga system is very much there. That option has not been utilized by our government. I don't know for what reasons. Why our governments are scared of using our Jirga system, which sustained throughout the history. And even today, they are. And there are instances where the people, they have gathered together, they have defeated the TTP guys. So why are they not using it? Secondly, Professor Jaspal, with regard to your question, the question is that, as I said, I hinted, we celebrated the TTA's victory. We said they have broken the shackles of slavery. Then you may have seen the famous picture in Kabul Serena with coffee. Then what happened? What went wrong? We forgot that they are the kissing cousins, whether TT or TTP. Don't tell me that we don't know their leadership. So who has to take action? Kinetic action is not an answer. You may use it, yes. Intelligence-based operations, yes. Do it by all means. Even Afghan Taliban will not object. There are instances whereby they have been taken out inside Afghanistan, these TTP guys, and no objection was raised. But if you go straight away with air raids, I think that makes headlines. Don't do that. There's no need. There's no need. So I think, I don't know who are those guys with wisdom that who are pursuing this policy.
Yes, I think that first of all, I would fully endorse what Ambassador Yaz Wazir Saab has said and of course Durrani Saab. And I think there's no two ways about that. I just give you a bit broad context. I think we should be very clear. Number one, in my view, and I've been going to Afghanistan, I was the first journalist to go there, even in General Zia's period. I was editor of the Muslim. We differed with the so-called Afghan Jihad. And at that time, we had an ideological affinity with them. We felt that they were fighting our war. And it was ideological. And that continued till recently. Luckily, the current military establishment does not have that kind of ideological affinity with the Afghan Taliban. Probably the first set of generals who don't have that, which is very positive. Because otherwise, they are our people. You know, this was the ownership. I think the main problem, root cause of the Afghan problem, in my view, was, and I've studied it in Kabul also, and I interviewed the gentleman, that once they overthrew the monarchy of King Zahir Shah, the monarchy was the center of gravity of the Afghan state. And he was a very enlightened and great monarch and friend of Pakistan, and friend of the region also. The way he balanced, it was like Finland of the region, you know, how he balanced Soviet Union, the United States, West, Iran, Pakistan, India, and, you know, without offending anybody. From 73 to 79, in 6 years, you had 5 governments. Zahir Shah, Daud, Tarakki, Hafizullah Amin, Babrak Karmal, then Najibullah, of course. We had nothing to do with that. So that destroyed. And I think the biggest mistake made in Bonn was they did not restore the monarchy. In Cambodia, there was a civil war. There was 3 million people wiped out. The first thing they did when peace came, they restored the monarchy, Sihanouk, and that saved the state. Here they made their difference. Secondly, I think our mistakes also. I was in that briefing on July 5th, 2022, in the Parliament of Pakistan. National Security Briefing, 5th July 2022. It was the PDM government, not Imran Khan. General Bajwa, the Chief of Army Staff, Corps Commander Peshawar, General Faiz, and the DGISI, General Nadeem Ijaz. And General Faiz gave the briefing on the need to talk to the TTP and to rehabilitate them. There were 3 people who differed on that: Bilawal Bhutto, myself, and Mohsin Dawar. I asked him, I said, tell me, General, who is your guarantor? You are relying so much that we will have the peace. He said, the Afghan Taliban. I said, Tweedledee and Tweedledum. TTA and TTP is the 2 sides, as he said rightly, the same coin. It's not. So anyway, so I think we had a mistake. We should accept we ourselves made that mistakes also. And those mistakes were there. Jaspal Sahab used out of Abdullah. And I remember I went, it was General Musharraf's period. I went, and you were the ambassador, sir, and you received us very well. Then I went to the Panjshir Valley as guest of Abdullah. He was the foreign minister. Myself, Mr. Hamid Haroon, and Mariana Babar. She's a very good friend, and she was very critical of the government there. I said, you come with us. And my son was there also, Mustafa, because he likes hiking. So we stayed in the house of Abdullah. We had a very long chat. And then I told General Musharraf and others, Abdullah is not India's man. He's an Afghan. And he's an Afghan nationalist. He told me, he said, I came in 84 with my family and nobody did anything to me. They pushed me out because you had other favorites. And I was, because he's half Tajik His mother is Pashtun, father is Tajik. So, you know, he went to Delhi then, and his family was living there. So they had no choice. So question is, as I interviewed Ahmad Shah Massoud when he first came to Pakistan after the defeat of the Soviet Union, I was the first to interview him in Peshawar. And I asked him the same question. They say you are anti-Pakistan. He said, look here, I am a friend of Pakistan. Don't expect me to be a flunky of Pakistan. That is the bottom line. So I think that we should respect that. And I had also told our system there, whether it's Khaki or Mufti, that Afghans, whether it's an Afghan Marxist or an Afghan mullah or an Afghan nationalist like Karzai, they are first Afghans. They are poor but proud people. We should respect their sovereignty, their independence, and give them space. And don't assume that ye mera banda hai. We assume that Hikmatyar is a man, then Rabbani is a man, then Mujaddidi is a man, then Mullah Umar is a man. Then we ran out of our man. And you remember Ayaz Wazir Saab, when the Americans wanted to get rid of Karzai, what was the name? Holbrooke came. And Holbrooke said, okay, now, and he was having a meeting in the American embassy. I was there. He said, please tell me who should be the next president of America, of Afghanistan. I said, Mr. Holbrooke, is it this game of eeny, meeny, miny, moe that you're saying, okay, pick and choose? And he had a list also, Gilhan here. I was shocked at his arrogance. I said, and I meant it metaphorically. I said, look here, Karzai is smart and wily. He'll outlive you. I didn't mean physically. Actually, Karzai is still living. He died. So, you know, this was their attitude. And what happened? Karzai switched to us. We told the Afghan refugees here to vote for him. And we got Karzai elected despite the American opposition. So I think that we all have made mistakes. Even the Americans have been very naive. And I agree, we still have an opening. I had a very good chat with Mr. Muttaqi, the foreign minister in Tehran, in the Palestine conference. And I'm still in contact with him. I think that neighbors, India is a different case. Other neighbors, Afghanistan and Iran. I think Iran, we have a very good relationship now, mashallah, that's great. But with Afghanistan, I think it's doable. Ek naya jirga banaye. There are 2 jirga members already are here. Third is Mr. Sadiq. And Suhail Saab, before you go to D8, and please send this new Afghan jirga troika, Ayaz Wazir Saab, and Asif Durrani Saab, and Ambassador Sadiq. I think they will solve the problem. And with Dr. Amna Khan Saad Jaye, she'll be the secretary of the Jirga with the mandate. She'll be chadar clad and she'll take notes. And with full mandate, कि जी आप 90 days नहीं, मैं कहूँगा 30 days में सुलह करा दें. ये करा देंगे ये. They will do it. और उधर से हिलेंगे नहीं अब अपनी beautiful our embassy in Kabul जब तक सुलह नहीं होती. I think it's doable. Our interests are intertwined. Our linkages are intertwined. We have no fundamental conflict of interest. And I think our only bottom line is that we don't want anybody to be a cat's paw for the Indians and play the proxy war, the Indian game against us. And I think they won't do that, majority of the regime there. So I think it's doable. So, ye karwa dein. So I nominate Ayaz Wazir Saab, Asif Durrani Saab, and Ambassador Sadiq, and Dr. Amna Khan to accompany them. So and good luck to you, sir. Thank you very much. We'll talk later at tea.
I think because we have another session, so they're waiting. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Please join me in giving a very, very loud round of applause for an amazing panel. Senator Mushahid Hussain, Ambassador Durrani, Dr. Shahab, and of course, Dr. Shabana. Please, thank you so much from my side.
I will now request the distinguished panel, as well as the Director General ISSI and Chairman BOG ISSI to come in front of the stage for the shield distribution and group photo. They can all go on. Okay, okay. Oh, yeah, of course. I will request Chairman BOG Ambassador Khalid Mahmood to present the ISSI memento to the keynote speaker, Senator Mushahid Hussain Sayyed.
Sorry, I was making.
No problem. Ambassador Asif Durrani. Dr. Shahab Khan. Dr. Shabana Fayaz. Dr. Shabana Fayaz. Yeah. I will request the speakers and the keynote, the panel to gather in front for a group photo.
Last question.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats and you can bring your tea or coffee with you. We are about to start the third session of the Islamabad Conclave. Dear participants, kindly take your seats. We are about to start the next session. इसी तरह ही होता है। Dear participants, kindly settle down. We're about to start the next session. I would request Ambassador Tamina Janjua to join us on the stage. Ma'am, please. Dr. Zahir Kazmi, please join us on the stage. Dr. Salma Malik, please join us on the stage. Ambassador Tahir Hussain and Rabi Saab, please join us on the stage. Sir, please. It's up to you. सारे हो गए? Dear participants, kindly settle down. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Chief Guest, Ambassador Tahmina Janjua, former Foreign Secretary of Pakistan, distinguished panelists, Dr. Zahir Kazmi, Advisor SPD, Dr. Nishra Mendes, Executive Director, Lakshman Kadegar Kamar, Institute for International Relations and Strategic Studies, Sri Lanka, and she is joining us online. Dr. Salma Malik, Associate Professor at Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, Ambassador Tahir Hussain Adrabi, Additional Secretary ACDES, and Spokesperson, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ambassador Khalid Mahmood, Chairman BOG ISSI, Ambassador Sohail Mahmood, DG ISSI, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the Institute and the Arms Control and Disarmament Center, I warmly welcome you all to the working session 3 of the Islamabad Conclave 2025. The title of the session is Emerging Strategic Security Challenges, Crafting a Peaceful Path for Pakistan. Distinguished participants, South Asia constitutes one of the most important regions in the world. However, it is currently navigating a complex security landscape marked by the convergence of both traditional and non-traditional strategic threats. Traditionally, the region's security architecture has been shared by long-standing bilateral rivalries that continues to persist under the shadow of nuclear capabilities. This strategic situation makes the region highly sensitive, where even minor strategic miscalculations can carry significant risks of escalation. These unresolved disputes continue to stress the already fragile fabric of the regional strategic stability calculus. Additionally, the intensifying geopolitical competition among major powers is reshaping the regional alignments, defense partnerships, and policy preferences. This interplay between local tensions and global rivalries is generating a multifaceted strategic environment where the boundaries between regional and extra-regional security dynamics are increasingly blurred. The next element is the rapid proliferation of emerging and disruptive technologies, including the advancement of AI, hypersonic missiles, drone swarms, and cyber warfare, which are now challenging established concept of deterrence and strategic stability. These technologies have the potential to reshape the strategic landscape by altering power dynamics, shifting states' attitude towards risk, and influencing defense postures. As EDTs become more integrated into regional security thinking, they mold the character of conflict, increase uncertainty, and intensify the security dilemma that already defines South Asia's fragile stability. Simultaneously, the militarization of the Indian Ocean by the extra-regional powers, and particularly the nuclearization of the Indian Ocean by India, are directly impacting the maritime security of the littoral states, thus making the regional security matrix more complex. What was once a primarily economic and trade corridor is now becoming a theater of strategic competition marked by expanding naval footprints, advanced surveillance systems, and new undersea capabilities. India's extensive naval buildup and its sea-based nuclear developments would irreversibly disturb the regional stability in the region. For smaller little states, these developments create vulnerabilities not only in terms of security, but also in terms of economic stability, freedom of navigation, crisis management. Collectively, these dynamics make the regional security matrix more complex, more contested, and more prone to miscalculation.
Dear participants, Pakistan holds a pivotal geostrategic position that offers a unique opportunity to act as a catalyst for peace and regional stability. Pakistan leveraged its position to foster cooperation and mitigate tensions, helping to craft a peaceful and prosperous future for itself and the wider region. In this session, the ACDC seeks to foster a comprehensive dialogue on a new strategic vision for South Asian security, one rooted in cooperation, mutual respect, and inclusive development in the face of these multi-layered strategic security challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have Ambassador Tahmina Janjua as the keynote speaker of this session. Ambassador Janjua served as the Foreign Secretary of Pakistan from 2017 to 2019. As Ambassador to UN Geneva DG Strategic Plan Division and spokesperson at MOFA, she dealt with security and arms control and disarmament-related issues. She chaired the Conference on Disarmament and Review Conference on the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. She participated in meetings of composite dialogue with India and in high-level security-related meetings with a number of countries. She continues to participate in national and international events. She is on the Board of Governors of Institute of Strategic Studies, IPRI, and FSA. She was awarded the Halal Imtiaz. I would now like to invite Ambassador Tahmina Janjua for her keynote address. Ma'am, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Suhail, Ambassador Khalid Mahmood. मेरी एक शिकायत है, आखिर में हमें आखिर में डालने का मतलब है कि सब लोग भाग गए, लेकिन शायद कोई होंगे जो सुन लें. But anyway, thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to speak at the Islamabad Conclave. I'll try to be as fast as possible. I have a written statement because I don't want any of you to sleep, because I think a lot of people slept through some of the sessions. Before getting into the substance of the topic that I've been assigned to by you, it would be useful to unpackage the term strategic security challenges. The word strategic is used in a variety of ways, and as observed by the academic Colin Gray, with little linguistic discipline. It can cover military operations, weaponry, mostly nuclear, international competition, and war. The word security is equally difficult to pin down. Challenges to security can encompass all types of threats, military and non-military, with a list of becoming so expansive so as to lose any focus and hence any operational utility for policymakers. If I see anyone sleeping, I'll speak louder. To minimize the terminological looseness, I will use the term strategic stability challenges to include challenges that impact on the country's physical security, raise the possibility of armed conflict, and have a direct bearing on the conduct of any such conflict. In the light of this, what are strategic security challenges that we face, and how should we address those? Pakistan is confronted with global and regional geopolitical challenges. In addition, I'm sure you've heard a lot of this earlier on, but it's important for me to also list some of these things. In addition, we are faced with at least two non-military challenges that can either lead to conflict or could determine the outcome of any conflict. At the global level, we, like the rest of the world, are having to navigate the effects of the United States' attempts to reassert global hegemony, especially in relation to an emerging power, China. It is not yet clear how this is going to unfold. Until the Biden administration, the US was following a classic realist playbook in containing its perceived competitor, China. It was strengthening alliances, exerting economic pressure, and using international norms and institutions to isolate China. The one anomalous element in this strategy was its costly bankrolling of a possibly needless conflict with Russia. Under Trump, This playbook has been replaced by a seemingly more erratic policy, quote unquote, erratic. It is still geared towards containing China, but the situation is complicated by Washington's reordering of ties with its own allies as well. The recent Trump summit has changed a bit, things a bit, but still there is considerable uncertainty. In this situation, many mid-sized countries are hedging their risks. They are not fully committing to one side and are seeking to maximize their space for maneuver. Multi-alignment is the preferred mode. This is possible because as yet, great power competition has not congealed into bloc politics, and the international system is in a state of considerable flux, as I said earlier. This situation may not last. If the long-term dynamic is of an established power seeking to re-establish dominance, then smaller countries will necessarily find their options becoming limited. Demands will be placed on them, which they may find unpalatable, but will not be able to refuse. We have seen that happening in the recent past. What does this imply for Pakistan? We have rightly taken the position that we are not interested in bloc politics, but we keep on slipping one way or the other. We also have come to the correct appreciation of the Trump administration that it pursues transactional relationships. And we are seeking to respond to that with some degree of success. But there is a need to exercise extreme caution at two levels. First, in accommodating US demands, we should not depart radically from some of our long-held positions. This holds true, especially in the context of the fast-evolving situation in the Middle East. It is not in our interest to align ourselves in any manner with policies that lead to the entrenchment of Israel as the dominant sub-regional power, the continual deferment of the right of self-determination of the Palestinian people, and destabilization of Iran. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, in engaging more actively with the US, we should realize that the relationship will always be transactional, with just the nature of transactions varying with a party in power in Washington. This is in contrast to our relationship with China, which is embedded in strong convergent interests, economic and military. Maintaining and strengthening that relationship is a prerequisite for maintaining balance and stability in our region. And I agree completely with Senator Mujahid Hussain. And Senator Mujahid Hussain, the limelight of today has gone. So obviously there may be lesser people now. This brings me to the sub-regional, South Asian security challenges. The major challenge emanates from India. New Delhi has a long-standing ambition to be the regional hegemon. This ambition is now married to an ideological worldview, which sees Bharat as taking back its supposedly rightful dominant role, not only in South Asia, but in the Indian Ocean space. Pakistan is an irritating obstacle to these ambitions, hence the abiding hostility from our eastern neighbor. India's drive for regional dominance is enabled by its recent strong economic performance, as well as a convergence of interest with Western powers on containing China. Despite the Trump administration's refusal to give New Delhi a carte blanche on issues such as trade and Russian oil, or a free hand in South Asia, the larger convergence of interests between the two countries remain intact. Eventually, this will manifest itself in greater accommodation by Washington to New Delhi's interests. And this is something that we all need to remember. Transactional, yes, but as far as India is concerned, there is there is some soft corner for India in Delhi and will continue, in Washington. India's drive for regional dominance is enabled by its a whole range of measures needs to be taken to address the security challenge posed by India. Conceptually, there is a need for ice-cold clarity about the nature of India, especially in an India driven by the Hindutva ideology. And I think there's a bit of confusion in some minds in Pakistan about India in this regard, and that's why you need ice-cold clarity. On the diplomatic front, two parallel tracks may be pursued. First, keep exploring diplomatic avenues for addressing flashpoints in the relationship. Outright conflict needs to be avoided. Second, strengthen international opinion against the recklessness of the Modi regime's policies, including on water disputes. Its insistence on unilateral military actions, its refusal to engage in dialogue, and in nuclear risk reduction measures, as well as the regressive ideology that animates its decision-making. More fundamentally, Pakistan needs to address the material asymmetries, economic and military, that embolden Delhi to adopt a dangerously aggressive posture towards Pakistan. We should also underscore the importance of raising the costs of any future Indian aggression to restore any future breakdown of deterrence. The other regional security challenge arises from Afghanistan, and we've had a whole conversation on it earlier. I agree with some of the comments that have been made by Senator Mushaid and the possibility of dealing with it through interpersonal action and diplomacy. Hostility from Kabul is rooted in irredentism. This is now being aggravated by Taliban's worldview that privileges tribal and ideological considerations, such as solidarity with like-minded groups over normal interstate relations. Having said this, it's important to acknowledge that our own policy and missteps over the past years have also contributed to transforming a difficult situation into an outright physical threat, manifesting in border skirmishes and more so in sponsored terrorism. Undoubtedly, we need to explicitly address terrorism emanating from the Afghan territory, including cross-border militant networks and safe havens. This could include working in the region and beyond to build the narrative on TTP threat in addition to our kinetic response. So we need to underscore and highlight how TTP is a threat for Pakistan. We do it, but I think we need to do it more aggressively globally. In addressing the Afghan challenge, we need to start with multiple simple questions. Why is it that despite the huge cost we have incurred due to our Afghan policy, we have ended up alienating broad swaths of the Afghan people? So much so that we are now in a state of active hostility with Kabul. A systematic review of the Afghan policy is required. The linkages between the humanitarian, economic, and security elements need to be addressed with greater nuance. These elements cannot be entirely delinked, but also they cannot be combined into a blunt instrument to be wielded at will regardless of their human and economic costs, and consequently, their political fallouts. At the same time, a more long-term perspective needs to be introduced to lessen the irredentist element in this relationship. Shared ethnic populations require a sophisticated, more open approach towards the borders. Many models can be explored which, while maintaining the requirements of interstate borders, also maximally facilitate the movement of peoples and goods across the border. An enlightened vision of border management needs to be offered, which would have the support of the people on both sides of the boundary and therefore promote genuine amity. Finally, regarding the non-military challenges, ladies and gentlemen, two are of strategic nature. Firstly, climate change and extreme weather patterns. This threatens our food security and more broadly, the vital agriculture base of our country. Water, both its excess and its lack, is the most critical aspect of our environmental challenge. And with New Delhi's weaponization of the Indus Water Treaty, the water issue has now moved from being a natural to a security threat. And here I may add, it is also important that we build our cities, plan them, because now our cities are expanding over agricultural land. And that is going to be a huge food security issue for all of us, even those in these big rooms with air conditioning and everything. Actions need to be taken at multiple steps. With India on the water issue, we must prepare ourselves for persistent and intelligently conducted lawfare. Beyond that, water management and environmental issues in their entirety need to be treated as high security issues and are not just afterthoughts consigned to an under-resourced environment ministry. I don't think the Minister of Environment would agree with me. Climate change would agree with me, but this is a reality. The second non-military challenge is posed by the rapid development of a range of technologies, and I'm sure you'll hear a lot of it from my colleagues, a rapid development of range of technologies, many having a direct military bearing. This was brought to the fore during the recent aerial engagement with India. The determining factor in our success with the Pakistan Air Force mastery of certain critical technologies. The skill of the pilots mattered, but what was crucial was the knowledge and competence of the aeronautical engineers and the ICT personnel. I say this because my father-in-law was a PAF aeronautical engineer. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, it is imperative that we rapidly develop the capacity to absorb new technologies and, more importantly, to innovate on our own. This is required not just for military, but for a robust economy. Regrettably, we figure very low on the indicators used to measure innovations. We are ranked an abysmal 99th of the 139 economies by the Global Innovation Index, which is an annual report produced by the UN agencies. And here I'd like to recall that there was a meeting of the Bauer Forum, and President Xi, in his entire statement, focused on innovation, innovation, and innovation. And he said this is the only way forward, or the most important way forward for the Chinese nation to develop and move. To rectify this, our difficulties and our appearance on the Global Innovation Index at a low level, an all-of-government approach is needed. For innovation depends not just on a couple of measures, but on the establishment of a national innovation system, which includes elements pertaining to education, fiscal initiatives, a legal system that protects products of innovation, and others. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan faces a difficult set of strategic security challenges. These are likely to intensify in a global system that is volatile. Pakistan's ability to navigate a fraught international and regional environment cannot rely only on agile diplomacy. That might offer some breathing space, but in the end, fundamentals matter. National cohesion and economic strength are of paramount importance. Any durable success in addressing security challenges ultimately depends on these two factors. I hope we'll have a more interesting conversation coming from the panel as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Tahmina Janjua, for your insightful remarks and especially covering the traditional and non-traditional security challenges and providing us with a roadmap how to deal with these major challenges and how to move forward. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin our formal working session. There's a slight order in our appearance of our speakers. Since our Sri Lankan expert, which is joining us online, they have some other commitment. She have some other commitment. So we will invite her first to share her thoughts on the subject. So our first speaker is Dr. Nishra Mendes. Dr. Mendes is currently serving as Executive Director of Lakshman Kadrigambar Institute for International Relations and Strategic Studies. She has done LLB Honors First Class from the University of Colombo, LLM from Yale University, and PhD from Maastricht University, the Netherlands. She was a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Law, University of Colombo, and served as Director of Research at the Bandaranaike Center for International Studies, Colombo, Sri Lanka. I would like to invite Dr. Mendes to address the question how evolving security and geopolitical trends in the Indian Ocean are shaping South Asian security outlook. Ma'am, you have the floor now.
Good evening. I hope I'm clear and can be heard.
Yes, clear. Please go ahead.
Right. Okay. Good evening, distinguished panelists and colleagues in Islamabad. I first thank the organizers for the invitation, and I participated in the discussion and listened in on the very illuminating discussion that was going on this afternoon. And in the context of these discussions, I'm adding something a little bit slightly different by focusing on how trends in the Indian Ocean are shaping South Asia's security outlook. So to answer the question, we must first recognize a fundamental truth. South Asia is not merely a self-contained region and should not be identified only by its land space. Its strategic and economic destiny is irrevocably tied to the waters surrounding South Asia, the Indian Ocean. This ocean is also no longer merely just a maritime space. It is also a strategic center of gravity where the global commerce, energy, and various ambitions converge in this space. So in this context, let us examine some key trends that are shaping the dynamics of the Indian Ocean. Obviously, there is the great power contestation in the Indian Ocean, which is of first importance. And for South Asian states, we have to recognize that this presents both opportunity as well as peril. The opportunity lies in leveraging partnerships for capacity building and for economic gain. And the peril is the risk of being forced into binary choices or becoming theaters for proxy confrontations, which magnify existing regional disputes. Second key trend that we have to look at is, has been mentioned a few times already in the discussions this afternoon, the non-traditional security nexus. So beyond great power rivalry, the ocean is also a sort of a space or a highway for numerous challenges that recognize no borders, climate change being a key one. And then there is also the issue which I did not notice it being discussed to that much degree, but there were some mentions of the issues of deep sea resources. But altogether, this is a key issue for security in South Asia, the vital marine resources and how it is going to be exploited or not, and what kind of partnerships or not there will be in that context. And also noticing that this could be the source of tensions between neighbors as the resources are scarce, limited, or already in the process of being depleted. Maritime piracy and terrorism, the exploitation of these ungoverned spaces are not just spaces on land, but spaces in the ocean where there are obviously the high seas that have to be cooperatively looked at for security reasons. So for a region like South Asia with the densely populated coastal belt, highly dependent on fisheries and monsoon patterns, These issues are not just sort of secondary issues, but in some sense, they can also become existential threats, exacerbating instability, economic stress, and interstate disputes over resources. And they all require a sort of a holistic security outlook, which also has to be cooperative. Then another third key issue that we can see happening is the importance of strategic balancing in the context of the economic interdependence of nations. Strategic investment in ports, pipelines, and digital infrastructure, since they may also have dual use potential, and while they are promising development, they also create various things like issues like debt dependencies and concerns over military access. So the security outlook for South Asian nations is now deeply interconnected with these economic decision making and the choice of, let's say, port development, communication or digital technology investments are no longer mere commercial contracts. These also are, in a sense, strategic alignments with security implications, and which may also intentionally or inadvertently have the potential of drawing nations into wider geopolitical issues and raising questions of the degree of which sovereignty has been retained by the nations who are making these economic choices. Then fourth, there is a broader issue of whether there is an erosion of strategic autonomy in this context. The effect of all of these trends is pressure upon South Asian states. And the ideas of non-alignment or hedging become hard to sustain when every naval exercise, every port visit, every arms purchase is scrutinized through lenses of other global interests. Smaller states like Sri Lanka may engage in complex hedging strategies, but there is concern whether there is a shrinking space for independent and sovereign action here. And we have to acknowledge that it is possible that the region's security is increasingly being shaped, maybe influenced by decisions taken in capitals far from the Indian Ocean. So what does this mean in summary for South Asia's security outlook? We have to acknowledge there's a movement from land-centric to maritime-centric security paradigms in South Asia, and where security has traditionally been dominated by land borders, we now have to pay attention equally to the maritime domains. Naval modernization and maritime domain awareness are no longer luxuries, but necessities for all coastal states. There's also the imperative of being driven towards minilateralism, and we can also see this, for example, in issues of joint naval patrols or security dialogues. And these are probably pragmatic responses to build resilience and retain agency, where the overwhelming larger state dynamics may not allow sufficient space for sort of regional action on this. So this leads to the other key issue, institutional deficit. There's a weakness in terms of not having sort of a robust regional security structure for the Indian Ocean. The existing bodies are focused on economics or are stagnated for reasons that we are all aware of. So because of this vacuum is filled by external powers and by bilateral arrangements. And this highlights the fact that there is a need or a gap for cohesive regional responses. So to sort of reaffirm what I said, there are three distinct deficits in South Asia when we're looking at the Indian Ocean security and how it affects overall security. So the lack of the security architecture, lack of development in terms of economic development, cooperation, and the inability to have like cohesive regional arrangements. So because of this, there remains a difficulty in solving the old threats, the continuing threats and challenges, as well as the emerging threats and challenges. So for building a safe and secure and prosperous South Asia, I think there's no alternative other than fresh thinking and reimagining some of the fundamental issues in security, economy, climate, connectivity, and regional cooperation. At this point, I would also sort of highlight the fact that according to the data, it's significant that South Asia is apparently the least economically integrated, with intra-regional trade being very low, apparently at only 5%. At the same time, we have 25% of the world's population, which should be seen in a way as a potential for shared prosperity. That is something we have to envision. We have not yet done so or drawn upon that potential for shared prosperity, including in relation to the blue economy. And that is something that we, I think, need to work on collectively. Now, to add a Sri Lankan perspective to some of the things that I mentioned before, Sri Lanka is not a minor player or merely participant in this new security landscape. It is a critical focus of the opportunities, dilemmas, and vulnerabilities facing smaller Indian Ocean states. Because of our strategic location, Sri Lanka faces a complex and evolving security environment where domestic concerns intersect with global trends. So Sri Lankan national security requires, therefore, a holistic strategy that not only addresses the traditional geopolitical dynamics, but also integrates urgent non-traditional threats, which are important both from the domestic level as well as looking at the larger regional and global levels. Now, obviously, this includes the existential threats posed by climate change. We saw last week unprecedented extreme weather events in Sri Lanka, which are going to seriously affect us in terms of the rebuilding efforts and how it affects our economy in the coming year or two. And then at the same time, there are growing issues like about critical digital infrastructure and technology, which is needed for future growth, as well as energy sustainability. These are areas where cooperation, science and technology cooperation is extremely important. And there's a possibility there, I believe, for sort of positive building in terms of our diplomatic relationships and our economic relationships. But as for now, these are vulnerabilities, and it's something crucial as a part of like the conventional diplomacy as well as for our future. Sri Lanka's role currently is therefore defined by three interconnected realities. Geography, which is a significant advantage as well as a vulnerability. The issue of infrastructure in terms of investments such as ports, and how it triggers regional and international anxieties due to potential other implications of our national development projects for other, let's say, concerns. So there's constant sort of kind of, I would say, anxieties of other nations concerning what we are doing, and this is also a pressure upon us. When it comes to Sri Lanka's foreign policy, it has earlier been described as non-aligned, but now it is more described as multi-alignment or strategic hedging. So we have to really navigate a high-wire act here, maintaining ties with China, India, Pakistan, United States, Japan, and Europe. This is a calculated effort for Sri Lanka to maximize our benefits from all sides while avoiding total alignment with any particular power. And it is, in a sense, a survival strategy in a contested world. Maintaining a delicate equilibrium between these relationships while safeguarding Sri Lanka's autonomy and independence is a significant challenge. In addition to this, Sri Lanka still faces a pressing threat of terrorism, although the conventional war with the LTT ended in 2009. There are still significant challenges. As you all know, the Easter Sunday bombings in April 2019 highlighted the need for comprehensive and effective counterterrorism strategies, and in that context also regional cooperation for intelligence sharing and so forth. So that is something that still continues to be an issue, and Sri Lanka's vulnerable geographic location also makes it sort of let's say a possible hub for interest of various groups to maybe destabilize us and the region through us. So it is very important to have to develop these counterterrorism strategies. When it comes to the maritime domain of Sri Lanka, it is a very large space, much larger than our land space. And I believe you are all aware of the fact that we are also put in our claim. We've also put in our claim for an extended continental shelf area. So in that context, while there are significant economic opportunities for Sri Lanka, there are also related security challenges which come up with having such a potentially vast area that includes crucially important shipping routes and valuable natural resources. So in this context, as we look ahead, we have to envision both the prospects for prosperity and anticipate future challenges, emerging threats, including transnational terrorism and maritime security threats, and also in the context of the climate issues. So Sri Lanka's national security should be adaptable to navigate these evolving challenges. So when we look at how Sri Lanka engages in the region, we do engage strategically at multiple layers. Beyond SAARC, we look to other South Asian frameworks, with the key platforms being active participation in BIMSTEC and IORA. Then there are also multilateral benefits and bilateral benefits on collaboration on counterterrorism, intelligence sharing, disaster management, and science and technology sharing. So trying to maintain a balance between these overlapping regional engagements is central to Sri Lanka's complex security and policy planning scenario. I would also end up by adding a few points on research and policy suggestions on the following lines that might be useful for experts in our region to also consider, in addition to our national and let's say the old issues that we have been constantly dealing with. There are some new issues or new frameworks that we should also involve in our research and policy. One is taking a people-centric approach for the mutual benefit of the entire region. Two, to take a closer and deeper look at the world of small island states in the Indian Ocean, their decolonization experiences or lack thereof, and the continued role of old colonial empires who still consider themselves Indian Ocean states in terms of their foreign policy positions in the region. And thirdly, to also consider how strategically located small Eastern African states in the Indian Ocean rim are being perceived and positioned in the Indian Ocean security context. So now to connect with my colleagues in Islamabad, in this context, Pakistan's potential as a regional actor, I think, are threefold. One, as a diplomatic convener, using the ability to foster communication in partnership with our neighboring countries, as an economic connector, capitalizing on economic cooperation in order to stimulate trade and turn our geography with all its complexities and issues into a matter of shared prosperity. And then Pakistan could also play a role as a sort of framework architect to help build cooperative models that would simultaneously address security, economic growth, and climate resilience, which is, as I understand, the focus of this particular discussion. So in conclusion, I would say that the Indian Ocean, not just the land area of South Asia, but the Indian Ocean can act as a powerful force that affects positively and negatively both South Asia's security environment and complicates the threats and possible adaptations as well. And the region's outlook, we have to accept, is no longer determined solely by its continental land confines. Also, it is not only the Indian Ocean, but there are currents far offshore, including the patterns of climate change and the contestations over critical infrastructure that will be influencing what happens beyond our sort of maybe national focused policy planning. So the challenge for South Asia is to navigate these turbulent waters, not just as passive objects swept along, but as active architects. And this requires building indigenous maritime capacity, fostering genuine regional cooperation beyond historical rivalries, and engaging with extra-regional powers from a position of unity and clarity. And I think those terms were also repeated earlier in the afternoon's discussions as well. So the goal must be to ensure that the Indian Ocean becomes a sea of shared security and prosperity rather than a stage of confrontation. So it is time for a coherent, maritime-informed strategic vision. The tides are rising, and our responses will determine our future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mendes, for highlighting the significance of emerging and ongoing challenges in the maritime domain, and especially the focusing on Sri Lankan perspective, and also sharing us your observation how Pakistan can play its role in this overall broader area. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll move to our next speaker. The next speaker of this session is Dr. Zahir Kazmi. Dr. Kazmi is an Arms Control Advisor at the Strategic Plan Division, where he has also served as the Director General of Arms Control and Disarmament Affairs Branch. He is a former brigadier. I would like to invite Dr. Kazmi to address the question, in what ways is the spread of the emerging disciplinary technologies reshaping the strategic stability and deterrence in South Asia? Kazmi Sahab, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Qasim Saab. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good evening and Assalamu alaikum. And I want to thank you for sitting through. And I would start with giving a health warning and giving you a lesson up front, which I just wrote down. The health warning is that this presentation is going to be very jargon rich, and I try not to sleep. And the lesson is that emerging technologies do respect time and shorten this, and it carries a lesson for our conferences. Technology today is not merely an instrument of power. It is the new terrain upon which the power is projected and contested. In South Asia, this technological churn overlays complex strategic geography, two nuclear armed neighbors, increasing conventional and nuclear asymmetries, a fragile regional architecture straining under global overload, and unresolved disputes. Add to this mix the rapid diffusion of emerging and disruptive technologies and the shifting maritime theater, and we get an increasingly blurred line between conventional and strategic domains. In South Asia, we are navigating confluence of strategic accelerants that make risk calculus more volatile. One state's security is another state's dilemma here. So I'll outline 6 key themes
What are these emerging technologies and why they matter? Why are deterrence and crisis management under strain here? How asymmetric adoption of these technologies is destabilizing the region? What global trends and normative fragilities suggest for our future? What strategic imperatives Pakistan must pursue to adapt to these changes? And how regional and multilateral structures could mitigate risks and reinforce responsibility? And I'll do it in the given time. Let us begin by demystifying the term. Emerging and disruptive technologies include autonomous weapons, artificial intelligence and machine learning used in decision-making, cyber tools for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, hypersonic and long-range precision weapons, unmanned underwater vehicles, and emerging developments in quantum-enhanced sensing, decryption, and communication systems. Although outer space isn't a new domain, its recent militarized applications are now influencing strategic stability in unprecedented ways. These include strategic use of commercial assets like Starlink and placement of interceptors in space. These technologies are reshaping the pace, posture, and perception of strategic action. Three features make emerging and disruptive technologies uniquely destabilizing. Their dual-use functionality, because they're usable both in civilian and military domains, speed of deployment and action, thus compressing decision-making timelines and crises, and ambiguity of attribution and intent, which complicates threat assessment. What makes them profoundly dangerous in South Asia is their potential to distort crisis response, as they risk decoupling deterrence from rational calculation. If machines inform perception and perceptions inform preemption, it may outstrip rationality. We may enter crisis spirals that move faster than diplomacy can intervene. Worse still, international legal frameworks are not keeping pace. For instance, efforts at Geneva to develop an additional protocol under the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons for lethal autonomous weapon systems, ironically called laws, remain stalled. This leads us to the question, why are deterrence and crisis management structures under strain? South Asia's deterrence architecture evolved during the analog age. It was predicated on state rationality, slow escalation, and comparatively visible thresholds. But consider two stylized yet plausible possibilities of the digital age. First, on land, a timed border incident, AI-augmented surveillance detects ambiguous movement, autonomous systems issue alerts, cyber operations disrupt command chains. The result? Not a planned escalation, but a spiral born of machine speed misjudgment. Second scenario at sea, picture a provocative naval maneuver in the Indian Ocean. Using quantum technology, a drone swarm trails a submarine, a cyber attack disables naval communications. Such incidents dangerously blur lines between conventional and nuclear domains and entangling them, and raising the risk of unintended escalation involving sea-based nuclear assets of the actors that did not intend to enter the fray in South Asia. The geography of South Asia is unforgiving. Time is measured in minutes or lesser. When technology compresses timelines, deterrence must include not just the capability, but the deliberative space. In a multi-domain environment, escalation is no longer a neat ladder. One state climbs and controls. It is a network of ladders. Activating one domain may open multiple pathways for response, making crisis harder to manage and war harder to terminate. One of the least acknowledged features of our strategic environment is the asymmetric adoption of emerging and disruptive technologies. Bharat is aided by partnerships across East and West. While benefiting from the Russian systems, it is accelerating advanced platforms
under the Quad in the Indian Ocean and is also a distant cousin of AUKUS in the Pacific Ocean. This external enablement allows Bharat to sharpen its military edge across multiple domains, and the result is not a fully realized shift, but an aspiration towards compellence. India seeks to move from deterrence, which is discouraging a hostile action, towards compellence outcomes through escalation dominance. Yet compellence in a nuclearized environment is neither straightforward nor assured. It demands political clarity, doctrinal coherence, reliable intelligence, and the ability to control escalation pathways, none of which are guaranteed in South Asia's compressed geography and high alert environment. Pakistan denied that space in the past, and we will do what it takes to defeat such propensity in future. Bharat's movement in this direction is shaped by a risk-tolerant strategic culture increasingly influenced by ideological currents of Hindutva, and many speakers have mentioned it today. But ambition must be separated from capability. Bharat's doctrinal signals often run ahead of its actual command integration, jointness, and crisis management readiness. This gap between projection and performance is itself destabilizing. Wars do not follow scripts. The idea that a state can initiate limited hostilities, manage escalation, and across multiple domains and dictate post-conflict outcomes is theoretically appealing, but operationally untested and strategically hazardous, particularly in a multi-domain setting where feedback loops are fast and uncertainty is high. For Pakistan and other regional states, this creates not just a capability gap, but a decision time imbalance, as dangerous as numerical asymmetry that we face in South Asia. When one actor believes it can act faster and harder, deterrence becomes brittle. So, what does these global trends and normative fragilities suggest for our future? Globally, there is a cautious recognition of these risks. The November 2024 Presidents Xi and Biden consensus on retaining human control over nuclear command systems was a step forward, albeit an informal one. And Pakistan has consistently led the normative conversation at forums such as Responsible AI and Military Domain Summits. We have championed meaningful human control over military AI, a standard that demands sustained human judgment, context-sensitive decision-making, and accountability at every critical stage of systems use of force. This stands in contrast to approaches centered on minimal human oversight or procedural sign-off, which are inadequate in confronting the unpredictability and opacity of contemporary AI decision architectures, including the black box problem where even the developers may not fully understand how a system reaches its decisions. It matters because as a country that often is on the receiving end of asymmetric technological adaptation, Pakistan has a dual obligation. First, to secure its interests, and second, to shape the rules of the game, particularly for their impact on the global South. We must shape the emerging norms, not inherit them by default. So what must we do? Mainly three things. First, strengthen institutions by reinforcing existing capacities for monitoring emerging technologies, particularly in maritime and hybrid domains. Second, invest in strategic foresight by continuous evolution in doctrinal thinking that keeps pace with emerging operating environment and integrates AI, cyber, and outer space dimensions. This is an imperative for stability of deterrence. Third, develop suitable capabilities and the ability to defend while avoiding arm race. Strategic risks require cooperative answers, but trust is a scarce commodity in South Asia and also globally. In addition to broader regional frameworks, there is a need to consider bilateral dialogue, as many of the speakers have mentioned today, on restraint and CBMs and on emerging and disruptive technologies. The prospects are slim under the current Modi regime, but the fact remains our last structured dialogue was over 13 years ago. Those CBMs were developed in a world where today's emerging and disruptive technologies were not force multipliers and where escalation was domain specific. Future conflicts will be multi-domain, and that means more vectors of instability and escalation pathways that must be addressed. Nevertheless, we must explore avenues such as Shanghai Cooperation Organization, even SARC, if depoliticized and revived, could serve as a regional forum for initiating CBMs and normative dialogue on dual use and emerging technologies. Despite current inertia, SARC remains an inclusive platform with value for fostering transparency and technical exchange among South Asian states. To conclude, emerging technologies are already shaping the substratum, the very fabric of our strategic environment. International law is lagging, strategic patience is thinning, and we do not have the luxury of time. We must push the transparency without vulnerability, cooperation without dependency, and engagement without compromising national interest. Pakistan's task is to shape change, not to resist it. We must not be underprepared. Strategic stability in South Asia will be preserved by continued international foresight and institutional foresight and technological development for restoring and maintaining balance in South Asia. This conclave has opened a timely and vital conversation on shaping security order that deters conflict and cultivates peace. I thank you very.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kazmi. And obviously, in this reimagined South Asia, I believe the biggest question with reference to EDTs, emerging and disruptive technologies, is the time, speed, and accuracy. And the one question which I think we should be looking, the answer of that question is, are we ready to adopt these technologies? And I believe Dr. Kazmi has quite aptly highlighted how we can adopt these kinds of technology and can go forward with this. With this, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll move to our next speaker, Dr. Salma Malik. She is an associate professor at Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, specializing in conflict and security studies and South Asian affairs. With a PhD in international relations, she is an alumnus of Uppsala University, Sweden, and Asia Pacific Center for Strategic Studies, APCS, Hawaii. Dr. Malik actively contributes to strategic and research organizations, including the Regional Center for Strategic Studies, and her publications include policy studies, co-authored research, and articles in Research Journal. I would like to invite Dr. Salma Malik to address the question, what strategies can Pakistan adopt to leverage its geostrategic position to promote regional peace and stability? Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, first of all, to the audience, which is still there. Some of my students are visible, so you guys get 10 out of 10, just don't worry. Most welcome. To the Institute of Strategic Studies for providing me with this opportunity, and heartiest congratulations for yet another successful Islamabad conclave. To Qasim, who has, Shukra who is my student, my colleague, my senior, and my host at the moment at the same time. And of course, to Mazeb for coordinating and all the silent forces behind it. I'll try and outmatch Kazmi Saab because I don't have much to say. He had a lot of substance to put into his presentation or his speech. What I'm going to give you people is a profile of what Pakistan can do in the region, how we can hedge or leverage our position with respect to geostrategic environment, and how it can be used for improving regional peace and security, which is very obvious from the title. This is the scheme which I'm going to follow. The founder of Pakistan, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, in 1948, first said, Pakistan is the pivot of the world, placed on the frontier on which the future position of the world revolves. Now it is entirely up to us whether we convert this pivot into a positive energy and make it the best for us and make this opportunity and reap benefits from this pivot, or we can actually, unfortunately, get weighed down by the political fallouts of becoming a pivot. At this moment, Pakistan is in a mixed position. We are both reaping the benefits as well as facing the fallouts of being in so much political limelight or the strategic limelight. So Pakistan's unique geographical position, being at the confluence of South Asia, Central Asia, and Middle East, makes it an interesting debate. Are we a pivot, as Muhammad Ali Jinnah and several other people who quoted him later talked about, or are we a zipper? To me, pivot usually doesn't carry a good connotation, because becoming a pivot, we have all the regional actors moving around us, using us to their maximum advantage, and then just moving across, moving along. Pakistan's relations with the US being one of those. When we talk about a zipper state, it seems like that Pakistan is a country that actually is integral in becoming that bridge, that integral bridge which cannot but be walked upon if a country, if two regions want to meet. So, but if we turn the pivot into a positive thing as well, then the pivot can really work well for us. Moving further, what all Pakistan has. Pakistan has warm waters, access to warm waters. The Gwadar port is a gateway to the Arabian Sea, and the warm waters, something which my generation notoriously would think about why the Soviet Union wants to capture the landlocked Afghanistan. The answer, very simple, was the warm waters access via Pakistan. So how strong that notion remained, but the very fact that this strategic asset is very important for everyone, including Pakistan. The historic role the country has played as a regional in the regional security, this also depends on how and what we are defining the region to be. Are we talking about South Asia? Are we talking about a super complex? Are we talking about Eurasia? So the region can be several, depending on what perspective that we are taking. But the very fact is that Pakistan remains pivotal to all of these regions, and this is the best point about it. The emerging opportunity is reflective, again, in the post-2025 Saudi-Pakistan Defense Pact, for which the verdict is still out. It remains a bit controversial because the main dimensions of that pact is really not for everyone to know. But the fact is that Pakistan's geographic position, geostrategic position, its overall strategy is very important when it comes to the Muslim world and various regions. Lastly, exploring Pakistan's geostrategic assets, challenges, the pathways which lead to the regional stability. If we use a theoretical framework, there are several key concepts such as the rimland, heartland theory, Mikander, Spikeman, maritime versus continental power approach, which is basically the classic geopolitics. Many people think that Pakistan actually fits very well into the rimland state theory as a gateway to access between the several key regions that are mentioned here. So let that be. But very soon, this rimland can also convert into a heartland. Again, as I said, depending on how Pakistan positions and leverages its position. Then from a realist or a neo-realist perspective, Pakistan has issues related to security dilemma, aspects which Ambassador Tahmina Janjua Sahiba, as well as Dr. Zahir Kazmi have pointed out very ably. The balance of power issue that Pakistan faces, for which both the conventional as well as the strategic assets have been very well placed, and the interplay has worked very well for Pakistan. The overall anarchic international system. And for this, how it applies to Pakistan is that Pakistan, from time to time, have adapted different strategies. At one time, the strategy was that of strategic depth. From where I look, Pakistan actually provides strategic depth to Afghanistan, but the very fact is that Pakistan has looked upon that. Then the nuclear deterrence, the alliance behavior, and now from an alignment policy to a non-aligned policy, hedging or non-remaining aligned to any of the power blocks is also part of how Pakistan is trying to position and leverage itself in the realist and the non-realist notions. The neoclassic realism then, of course, brings about the domestic determinants of foreign policy, perceptions, as well as misperceptions, for which we have the role of the military as a very important institution that helps in correcting the course of actions, the civil-military relations, which remain a very classic case study when it comes to Pakistan, and how they have also shaped the security policy of the country. In terms of geoeconomics, it's the economic statecraft, the strategic connectivity, infrastructure as power. In the previous session, several of the speakers talked about physical connectivity as a major impediment when it comes to South Asia. We are the least connected region. And because of being least connected, that also impacts the trade, commerce, as well as public and people connectivity amongst the regional actors, which is a major issue to talk about. For that, we have another way of looking at this prism. If you're not looking at the connectivity from a South Asian lens, we have the CPEC as a major development, the energy corridors projects, both vertical as well as horizontal, defense partnerships with economic, with a very strong economic component, which can help us leverage this situation. Lastly, but not the least, the middle path theory with Pakistan's niche diplomacy, regional leadership, norm entrepreneurship, Pakistan's role in Islamic world, its mediation efforts in various conflict case areas, as well as regional security initiatives are something to talk about and can be deliberated if there's ever a time and chance for that. Now looking at Pakistan's geostrategic assets and positioning. Our specific assets in terms of geographic position are the coastline, a huge coastline, the fifth province, as we turn to call it, the proximity to the Strait of Hormuz, then the land routes to Central Asia. And as Dr. Mendes had pointed out, that we need not look at South Asia only from the landmass. We also have to look at South Asia as an area which has a huge water body to cater to. And that water body has a lot of challenges that she rightly put, but at the same time, it also has many opportunities for us to reap and enjoy. And the strategic value of this fifth province for Pakistan is controlling the energy shipping lanes. It provides us a very, very strong, economically lucrative transit corridor potential, and it is also a bridge between regions. And the regions need not necessarily stop at Middle East. We go all the way to Africa, depending on how we want to exploit it. In terms of economic connectivity, we have the CPEC infrastructure, the special economic zones, overland trade routes, which help Pakistan integrate better with Chinese economy. It provides us alternate supply chains, and it also provides us with this opportunity to become a regional hub. So this is also something that we need to exploit and look at. In terms of military capabilities, the nuclear deterrent has helped us overcome several challenges for which it was unifocally and very, very dedicatedly made. A large conventional force with now a very strong counterinsurgency and counterterrorism potential, indigenous defense industry, which has helped us look at regional threats, deter them effectively, also provide us with strong strategic partnership value. It is also a tool of military diplomacy. It has helped Pakistan develop technological innovation, which was very obvious in the May 2025 conflict, and various software technology parks which are being run by the military industrial complex actually have provided that indigenous solid backbone to Pakistan, which many countries are now talking about and trying to follow the model. Then the human capital, the large diaspora in Gulf, the military training expertise, multilingual population that Pakistan has a very strong networking capability with the region. And it also helps us provide with remittance economy. It helps us with the soft power influence. Pakistani drama actors, not so much as movie actors, but drama actors are popular even in the non-Urdu speaking countries. And Fawad Khan and his famous glasses were being copied even in Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, despite the fact that many people did not understand a word of what he was saying. It was only his good looks. So we need to have ambassadors such as him as well. Then the training potential and the partnerships that we can come up with. In terms of diplomatic positioning, Pakistan's leadership role in the OIC, SCO, Ambassador Sohail Mahmood going to the D8, relations with both Saudi Arabia and Iran, and how Pakistan has balanced it and also helped mediate and leverage it to the best potential, has provided Pakistan as a bridge between the geopolitical blocs, and provided Pakistan with a very solid representation when it comes to the Islamic world. Lastly, the energy corridors, pipeline proposals such as the TAPI, the Iran-Pakistan pipeline, LNG terminals, refinery projects, physical connectivity, when and how it can be worked out, can really help leverage and provide Pakistan with a strategic value when it comes to regional energy security role, transit revenue potential, as well as supply diversification. I'm just flashing some of the photos when it comes to regional security challenges. And I came across this very old photograph. I think probably it was from Naunihal, Talim Tarbiyat, or any such children's Urdu digest, where there's this Pakistani and an Indian girl waving the flags of India and Pakistan very close after the two states were established. And then you have the Wagha ceremony, which actually is very symbolic. It has several connotations. It is fun, it is game, it is also a very solid expression of nationalism, but it is also deeply entrenched in the ultra-nationalistic sentiment that is oozing out of India over and over again. But then we also have several connectors. We have the cricket that help Pakistan and the sports which helps Pakistan leverage its role. But it is also providing us with security challenges, especially when it comes to a cricket match in Islamabad. Key constraints on Pakistan's geostrategic potentials. The regional rivalries. Kashmir's conflict with India is the biggest impediment. And it cannot be unconditional. It cannot be even conditional. We have to talk about Kashmir, whether there is trade or any type of approach available, especially with the type of ultranationalist government in India. Any approach, any out-of-the-box proposal has not worked at all when it comes to Kashmir. And we really have to put our heads together as to how we do that. Border disputes with Afghanistan, which have now taken a very different term altogether. The border disputes have now come together with the counter-violent extremist strategy of Pakistan and countering terrorism strategy of Pakistan, and that has given a very different spin to the regional rivalries. Of course, taking lead of this opportunity, India is playing as much possible as it could when it comes to Afghanistan, and they're really doing that Mandala theory, applying the Mandala theory in this. Is all of this superimposed by the demise of SARC? SARC never really helped India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, or any of the regional actors resolve their problems. It was never meant to resolve those problems. It wasn't tailored for that purpose. Yet SARC provided this opportunity because it was a non-traditional security forum, and conveniently and very specifically and intentionally, bilateral disputes were kept out of SARC, so to make SARC work. But SARC also, over the years, provided this forum of informal dialogue and retreats that helped several countries, mainly India and Pakistan, then also India and Sri Lanka, at several times to come together, the leadership to come together and have a conversation with each other out of the media limelight, out of the focus of a bilateral discussion. And that really helped, especially in case of India and Pakistan, the composite dialogue process and several other notions such as these. But which also led to the Lahore Declaration. But unfortunately, given how the current actors are, this has also fallen victim to that. So the demise of SARC steals away from the region of South Asia a dedicated regional framework that could be used to look at different issues, including informally non-traditional issues. So the impact then, of course, is diverting resources to the military might and military preparations, limited regional cooperation, and creating security dilemma. Then when it comes to internal security, we have several of these notions put here, which I think let's not go into the specific challenges. I'll just look at the impact on regional actors. And that kind of undermines domestic stability. It diverts military resources. It damages investors' confidence, which is a major issue when it comes to our economic vulnerabilities. That ends up limiting investments in infrastructure, increases susceptibility to external pressure, constrains diplomatic options. So all of these things come in a full circle. And for the diplomats, the issue is that there's a reduction in policy coherence, creates perception of inconsistency, as well as limits alliance reliability. So there are several challenges which actually end up creating a poly crisis when it comes to how Pakistan's geostrategic potential is affected by the constraints it has within the region, alongside the region, at the institutional, diplomatic, and lastly, the transnational threats, the refugee flow. Pakistan asking Afghan nationals to go back to their country, having a massive internal backlash, as well as a confused policy, whether we should let them go or not let them go. What are they doing? There is a counter-violence or counter-terrorism narrative, a very strong one, which has a very legitimate appeal, alongside a humanitarian aspect, which again has a very strong ring to it. So how do you counterbalance that? Then, of course, the strained relations with the neighbors, which requires multilateral solutions. All of these challenges also provide us with opportunity for cooperation as well. For example, climate change, pandemics, the COVID-19, where these were challenges that affected not only Pakistan, but all the countries concerned of the region, outside the region. And again, as I'm saying, it entirely depends on how you're contextualizing the region. Unfortunately, within the region of South Asia, the pandemic was also taken as the source of, or the vaccine diplomacy was also taken as a source of parring with one another, where it could have actually helped deviate these countries from the poly crisis that befell their way. Can Pakistan really help by expanding strategic partnerships? Yes, with Saudi Arabia, Pakistan has the 2025 Mutual Defense Agreement, which creates a very strong new security access in the Gulf. How it will work out, there are a lot of question marks to that, but it also boosts Pakistan's potential as an actor, which is taken seriously in the Muslim world, helps enhances deterrence against regional threats, and it's also a potential model for broader Islamic security framework. In terms of China, we have the CPEC as an economic corridor, the defense cooperation, and several other technology transfer and diplomatic support options. Then with the GCC countries, Pakistan need not remain selective when it comes to alignment policies. And United States remains a very, very strong actor when it comes to international politics and for Pakistan. And how Pakistan is going to actually leverage between United States as well as China is also a question that Pakistan has to address. Unfortunately, this does not have South Asia as a region pointed out here. But I think Pakistan's last regional approach within the region of South Asia was in the 1980s. And then Pakistan lost that vision. Pakistan needs to reclaim its South Asia's vision. Many countries in South Asia are missing Pakistan. And they really want Pakistan to once again become that strong counterbalancer when it comes to the elephant in the room, which is India. And this elephant is actually becoming a very frenzied elephant by the day. And Pakistan's opening with Bangladesh, where at times we see that it's not just embrace, it's a full-time Punjabi Jappi, which is really going in a strong, different direction. It's kind of a bone-crushing hug. We need to be actually very, very guarded. We need to be actually very proper in how we are working with our neighbors instead of overwhelming them with too much of love. The big love also becomes counterproductive at times. So we need a very strong diplomatic strategy with strong regional connectivity fora, which have been listed here, of which SAARC Plus is also a very strong notion which is being pushed forward. Can we actually work with the SAARC Plus India uses -1 formula. Pakistan is going for a plus formula. So can it really work? Because the region does need a regional representative body. In terms of Afghanistan, where we have these negative relations at this point, and as Ambassador Durrani and several others are pointing out about the ill effect of the kinetic policy that we're using in Afghanistan, I think where we are leveraging our kinetic approach alongside the economic, these two should work on parallel tracks. We must not lose the public empathy or the public sentiment that Pakistan has in Afghanistan to the larger politics. These things have to be worked out, and we have to figure out how we strategize this and work out on this. In terms of the strategic partners, we need to maximize partnership synergies, avoid contradictory commitments, and create economic benefits. Internal security, we can talk as much as possible about that, but we need to enhance domestic stability so that there is an increased regional security cooperation. And through a regional security cooperative framework, internal security can also be worked out. Sounds very ideal, but even if India is not cooperating with us on that, we have several other regional actors, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and many others with whom we can actually talk about these notions. The economic statecraft needs to be improved, as well as when it comes to strategic diplomacy, where there's a need to reduce regional tensions. We need to enhance Pakistan's responsible stakeholder image, which the May 2025 conflict has really provided us with this opportunity, and we need to showcase it as much as better, and also address any of the international concerns that befall our way. In conclusion, I would say that Pakistan's geography is a double-edged sword. It both provides Pakistan with an opportunity as well as with a vulnerability. With coherent strategy, Pakistan can shift from security consumer to a security provider. A benign security provider, a soft power provider, a smart power provider. And we also need to leverage our 2021 national security policy, or whatever we may call that, from a geostrategic to a geoeconomic, and vice versa. They both go hand in glove. We lack a regional approach, but Pakistan needs to. This is the window of opportunity that we can leverage it better and come up with a strong regional policy. The keys to success are domestic stability, economic resilience, balanced partnerships, not over-alignments, diplomatic agility in mediation roles, and the future regional peace hinges on Pakistan's geostrategic choices. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Salma. And I believe to get full marks, I must say that it was an excellent presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll move to our final speaker of today. And he is Ambassador Tahir Hussain Andrabi. Ambassador Andrabi is working as a spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Additional Secretary for Arms Control and Disarmament, Division International Security Activities and Strategic Communication. He's headed the Pakistan National Authority under the Chemical Weapons Convention. Prior to this, he served as Pakistan ambassador to the Republic of Tunisia. Concurrently accredited to Republic of Malta 2021 to 2023. He was Ambassador, Deputy Permanent Representative of Pakistan to United Nations and other international organizations in Geneva, Switzerland from 2017 to 2021. Dear participants, I would now like to invite Ambassador Tahir Hussain Andrabi to address the question, how the emerging strategic security challenges impacting South Asian security architecture. Sir, you have the floor now.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Chairman and Director General, Institute of Strategic Studies, faculty, Qasim Saab, colleagues, dear participants. I wish to thank Institute of Strategic Study for inviting me to speak as part of a distinguished panel on an important subject. I begin with one disclaimer and one clarification. Disclaimer, I'm here speaking as part of the arms control and disarmament and not as much as spokesperson. And clarification, I'll be touching the traditional security and not the non-traditional security, which Ambassador Tahmina has touched, and are certainly the non-traditional strategic security challenges in South Asia are by no means few. So Ambassador Tahmina also discussed the concept of strategic stability, which allows me to skip over the chapeau paragraphs, the preambular paras, and come straight to the operative paragraphs of my presentation. And I'll do so by dividing my presentation into three concentric circles, if I may say so. At the outer, the global dynamics which are impacting security challenges and security architecture in South Asia. In the middle is the regional and bilateral security challenges in a macro sphere, and in the innermost circle, the prevailing and emerging trends in India, Pakistan, nuclearized security order. We'll do so in a micro setting. So in the global level, certain security trends do affect South Asia. For example, the heightened contestations among major power. A growing race is underway among the powers to build, modernize, integrate, and deploy new types of weapons and platforms at land, sea, outer and cyberspace, including nuclear force modernization and growth. There's a rapid technological development is generating new capabilities across domain, to which Brigadier Kazmi just alluded to. There's a significant uncertainty regarding thresholds, red lines, and strategic signaling. And there's a rising potential for horizontal spillover due to alliances and interconnected theaters. And in parallel to all this, there's an unraveling of painstakingly reached arms control arrangements, eroding discipline in deployments, and increasing threat of the use of force. Waivers and exceptions are being granted on grounds of political expediency, running contrary to established non-proliferation norms. Destabilizing weapon systems are being transferred off the shelf to regional proxies. These global trends have a destabilizing spillover effect on regional and bilateral security order, and we now move to the second concentric circle of challenges in South Asia. Firstly, emulating great powers, India has come to view the increasing disregard for norms, dialogues, and treaty as an accepted behavior. Global contestations have reduced India's incentives for regional peace. Secondly, benefiting from global dynamics, India continues to receive abundant supply of conventional and non-conventional weapons, as well as access to new sensitive technologies and platforms. And these generous supplies have enabled significant expansion in India's strategic capabilities. For example, expanding nuclear warheads and fissile material stocks, supported by new enrichment and plutonium production facilities outside safeguard facilities, by access to international uranium market following the 2008 NSG exception. Secondly, modernization of nuclear triad. There are 20 types of nuclear-capable missiles from land, air, and sea. The nuclear submarines and the ICBM capabilities tested this summer. An acquisition of ballistic missile defense system and all sorts of horizontal delivery system capabilities refinement, the MIRVs, the hypersonic, the supersonic, BrahMos tested just a few days ago, and an integrated air defense weapon system. Again, all of these were tested this year. And this is also backed by a doctrinal alterations and hostile intent and is persistent in the response cycle from India's cold start doctrine to the talk of surgical strikes and the new normal, the so-called new normal. believing that a limited war is possible under the nuclear threshold, thereby seeking to destabilize the deterrence. And a common denominator of all these capabilities is the dilution of the no first use by a series of statements, either overt, covert, very clear, ambiguous, starting from Defense Minister Manohar Parrikar in 2016 to Rajnath Singh in 2019, Bipin Rawat later, General Bipin Rawat, and no less than by the National Security Advisor Shiv Shankar Menon, who basically said that the nuclear forces can be used on evidence that the other side is preparing for a nuclear strike. So all this leads to where, I mean, in terms of our micro perceptions, and this is particularly important given this May conflict that we had with India. So we move to the third innermost concentric circle and delve into the micro details of prevailing and emerging security trend in a nuclearized security order of South Asia. The Op Bunyanum Marsus and the wider Markai-Haq brought some landmark developments in the strategic domain to the fore. One, it was the first operational use of dual-capable missile system in a conventional strike by one nuclear-armed state against another. Second, it was the first use of autonomous loitering munitions between the two nuclear-armed states anywhere in the world. And third, it was a heavily contested electromagnetic spectrum with electronic warfare, jamming and spoofing, witnessed with probable use of space-based assets and cyber capabilities. So with these developments, we can infer 3-4 critical lessons on escalation pathways. The first lesson is that the decision time is dangerously compressed in our multi-domain environment. In South Asia, geography already compresses decision-making, and Brigadier Kazmi referred to that. Missile flight times are measured in single-digit minutes for some systems. The 2022 accidental, or I should say incidental or voluntary BrahMos missile launch was actually the traversed Pakistan territory in under 7 minutes. And in multi-domain operation with both conventional and strategic forces intertwined, leadership may be tempted to shorten consultation, centralize authority, rely on automation and pre-delegation. External actors have little time to mediate. These pressure will only intensify the future crises. Second lesson, I believe, is the strategic and non-strategic systems entanglement and the multi-domain warfare blurring boundaries between conventional and nuclear-related systems. And in South Asian context, this ambiguity is profoundly destabilizing. It shortens the perceived use or lose window and increases the risk that a conventionally intended action will be interpreted through a nuclear lens. The third lesson one can infer is the information domain has become a primary battlefield. The 2025 conflict we witnessed coordinated disinformation on not just on the social media, but on the mainstream media. Recycled footage from other wars presented as live strikes, inflated casualty claims, and AI manipulated visuals, fueling public anger and hardening positions. With commercial satellites, open source intelligence, and social media visibility, future crises in South Asia will unfold under unprecedented scrutiny and public glare. And that leaves the job of a spokesperson not very enviable. And the fourth lesson is the seeking escalation dominance in a multi-domain setting is fraught with risk. For years, some Indian strategists, in fact, most of the Indian strategists, have argued incorrectly that a mix of precision, conventional operation, air and missile defense, and information operations would allow India to manage escalation, impose costs on Pakistan, and remain below the nuclear threshold. The 2025 campaign was an attempt to operationalize this theory. However, these expectations did not materialize for India. we also adapted. Our own multi-domain response was also swift and robust. Each new tool by India generated new counters by Pakistan. India will do well to learn that in a multi-domain environment, escalation is not a linear ladder. It is a network of ladder with every additional domain giving other side new response option. If anything, it is a snake and a ladder game. This increases complexity, reduces predictability, and makes conflict termination very difficult. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, future conflicts in South Asia and the emerging security architecture will likely be multi-domain with unpredictable escalation pathway, each carrying significant risk. Without substantial investment in regional confidence building measures, revitalized channels of communication, and cooperative approaches, the South Asian security architecture will remain fragile, prone to instability. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahir Hussain Sahab, for your excellent presentation and finishing right on time, sir. Thank you. With this, ladies and gentlemen, now the floor is open for question and answers session. If you have any question, kindly identify yourself. Yeah, please.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम सर सर मेरा क्वेश्चन जो है सर ज़ाहिद काज़मी से सर क्वेश्चन इज रिगार्डिंग इंडियन एक्विजिशन ऑफ मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजीज with the help of external power or even its own build-up. So what do you think that after Operation Banyan Marsoos, we have witnessed that Indian attention to military exercises or even rhetoric from both political or military leadership. One of them used the word of cold start to cold strike. What do you get from cold strike attention of their word? That it is like the previous surgical strike or something else that might not have a physical appearance like cyber or something else.
Anyone else want to raise? Please.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Aiza Amir from Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. Thank you so much for this wonderful session. And I would like to extend my question and I would love to hear the views of our Honorable Ma'am Dr. Salma Malik. That when we talk about the dormancy of SAARC, so what is the possible role that other nations can play in order to bridge the dialogue gap and in order to convince the giant elephant India to stop the aggressive behavior and rather come and restore the regional cooperation and integration within South Asia? Thank you very much.
Any other question? Maybe Dr. Zahir Kazmi, first you and then Ma'am Salim.
Right, thank you for raising the question. The rhetoric, as you rightly termed it, from India about shifting from a cold start concept to a cold strike concept is, in my reckoning, basically old wine being used in new bottles. And what India has been trying since 2003 or 2002 precisely has been trying to win space for a limited conventional or a hybrid war under the nuclear overhang and declare a notion of victory. That's what they have been trying to do. Cold Start could not operationalize. They spent around $200 billion on that concept in moving their forces and permanently placing them where they used to mobilize during the time of crisis, etc. So they did a lot, but all these experimentation in recent crisis has brought us to one conclusion, which is that once India tries to win space for war under nuclear overhang, it gets a pushback, and it is normalized and brought back to its senses on the conventional domain. So there's a conventional deterrence breakdown and it is restored. What's the danger? The danger is that if you continue to reinforce a failure and you start doing it with new toys, which can escalate a situation, escalate a war, and they want to dominate that escalation as well. That is, I think, something which is very dangerous. And that is something which India ought to learn, that there's no space for war. So this rhetoric is understandable. But on practical terms, they have to, I think, sit down, do serious thinking, and realize that you cannot win a nuclear war. Thank you.
Dr. Salma.
Thank you for the question. The ideal response is that all the South Asian neighbors fulfill their commitment. And the fact that the SARC was made on this notion that every member would be equal. It would not have bilateral contentious issues being discussed. And it would also only talk about non-traditional security issues that affect everyone. So there's actually nothing that should stop SARC from working. But over the years, what has been realized that this has been used as a leverage, specifically by India, not to make this process work, because they always feared that Pakistan and other countries would come together and they would gang up against them and so on and so forth. What Pakistan is thinking about, so the Indian formula was minus Pakistan and have a regional body. So they tried doing that with BIMSTEC. It didn't work. The other formula could be to have a country which is stronger than India in this particular chemistry that can kind of work as a checkmate and make this process work. And even if India does not want to remain part of that SARC plus body, we don't really need to have this new configuration as something which is geographically constricted or restricted to South Asia alone. It can be trans-South Asia. So perhaps that would work. And that's what Pakistan and other countries are thinking about as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salma. Sir, Khalid Banuri sir.
Thank you. My name is Khalid Banuri. I'm a former Director General of Arms Control Disarmament Affairs at FCD. Question to the panel. I rechecked the title of this session, which says Crafting the Path to Peace. We know that we have a very aggressive neighbor in our neighborhood. Shit happens, it's there. We dealt with them with kinetic actions. But what is the path to peace that this panel thinks we should craft? That's my simple question. I know it's complicated to answer this, but is there a path to peace? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Maybe I'll request our keynote speaker to respond to this question first. Please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Banuri Sahab, आपने मुश्किल सवाल पूछना होता है. Anyway, I think I did in my statement make a number of recommendations on what needs to be done. At the end of the day, I think the consensus from today's panel and the panels in the morning has been that India is right now not a rational actor. And it not being a rational actor, we need to perhaps find other ways. Diplomacy will not work. But for us, we need to be realistic and rational on our side, and perhaps have the help of some of our partners. Like in Sindoor, I mean, I don't think we should have Trump here, because Trump can go and have his own view of the situation in the South Asian region. And I've said it earlier as well, that Trump is looking for the the Nobel Peace Prize, and he's looking at different conflict situations. He's done a conflict situation in Africa, Congo, Rwanda. He's working on Ukraine. He's working on Gaza, whatever the impact of all of this is. However, the people who are related deal with it. At the end of the day, his entire focus is to get the Nobel Peace Prize, and he'll try it next year probably. So we have to be careful as far as India is concerned and be prepared for such a 10-point or 12-point formula on Kashmir, for example. So that is basically, I think we need preparedness on our side, diplomatic. I don't know if militarily the work is going on, but your question is path to peace. And path to peace with India right now is difficult without the involvement of some of our partners who we can also trust. India is not working, as I said, as a rational actor. So we have to be sober, considered, and reflective on how we need to work within the region. And I think there's a lot that was said also by our colleague from Sri Lanka on how the region can come together and help each other. SARC may be dead, but we shouldn't give up on it. There may be possibilities that are there. If SARC is dead, then we can look at there is other configurations as well, like China and the involvement of China. What's going to happen next year when President Xi and President Trump meet? Maybe they'll rethink on how India can be trusted in some way to have peace. But right now, it's very difficult because India is in a high. It is on Sindoor, continuation of Sindoor. And we need to be very perceptive and work and be prepared for any action by India by involving our friends in particular. Thank you.
For the audience, Air Commodore Bunari is my teacher, my mentor, and my former boss as well. So I'll give the answer, which I always learned from him. And the answer is that I think we should not be fatigued by India's reluctance to enter a dialogue with us, because although it has been more than 13 years that we have not had a dialogue with them, but we should use this time to prepare our menu for the dialogue. We should not lose this time because it doesn't happen that ultimately you don't come to the negotiating table. There will be a time, and use this time for dialogue by developing internally and strengthening ourselves, which many of the speakers have said since morning. I think that has been a common theme. So use this window to develop and strengthen both in deterrence, but also on our sustainable developmental side, because that will prepare us to engage regionally with India and to trade, et cetera, et cetera. And we should also be, I think, not impatient with resolution of our disputes. And if we have to learn something from our best friend China, is the strategic patience that they have exercised usually in their territorial disputes. So if India is impatient, let them be, but we should not give up our claim, but we should be we should exercise strategic patience in this. Thank you. That's the path to peace.
My topic was actually emerging strategic security challenges and impact on Asia security architecture. So I did not dwell too much into what needs to be done, but I totally endorse what Ambassador Tahmina and Dr. Kazmi has said. Um, without, and as mentioned in the passing, we need to have, without substantial investment in the CBMs, in the channels of communication and cooperative approaches, peace will remain elusive. Stability will remain elusive. And I think as long as that happens, and as long as India remains on the high, as Ambassador Tahmina mentioned, we have to ensure that this peace lies in our strength, and we have to ensure that strength. We have to ensure a stable deterrence. We need not enter into an arms race, but ensure that our credible minimum deterrence and the ability to enforce full spectrum deterrence remains in place. And I'm sure that there are very ingenious ways to do that, short of being actively engaged in an arms race. So I think that would be my answers.
Thank you, Ambassador. Last two questions. Dr. Atiya Alik. Okay, sir. In fact, last three questions.
Thank you, Dr. Kasim. Excellent discussion. My question to the panel is that how do you think India's relations with the United States and even with Europe can change or have changed in a post-May 2025 environment? And what implications are there for Pakistan and also for regional stability? Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Sohail Mahmood. Next.
Thank you so much. I was hoping that Dr. Atiya would say that my question is addressed to Dr. Zahir Kazmi. Anyway, first of all, thank you so much to the panel, our keynote speaker, and all the panelists for their excellent presentations. I just want to comment on the simple question asked by Khalid Banouri. Of course, we know that the simplest questions are the trickiest one, but I fully endorse what Ambassador Tahmina Janjua, Ambassador Tahir Andrabi, and Dr. Zahir Kazmi said on what Pakistan should do. I have 3 points to make quickly. One, there is a saying that don't interrupt your adversary when it is making a mistake. And we know that India is right now on a profoundly wrong path. Following the Hindutva ideology, which has profound implications internally on India, on the society and all that, and then externally the expansionist conceptions of Akhand Bharat and all that. So don't interrupt them. Exercise strategic patience, as Dr. Zahid Kazmi was saying. Second, maintain robust defense. That would be the real guarantee of against any misadventure and all that. But also make sure, as Mr. Tahir Andrabi also said, avoid conflict, focus, and also others said focus on confidence building measures, crisis management mechanisms, and others. And if there is possibility, maintain even back channel communication as well. But don't rush. Don't seek dialogue for the dialogue's sake, because at this stage there are no conducive conditions for any just solution of Kashmir to emerge or any reasonable equation to emerge. And thirdly, I think while there is a hiatus in Pakistan-India relations, use the opportunity to engage not only with all the other South Asian countries optimally, but also continue to improve and build on your relations with all the major powers, and that will increase your diplomatic leverages many fold, and there will come a time when India will be forced to talk to you as well.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Shahjamal, sir.
मैं पहले जब हाथ उठा रहा था तो मुझे अचानक लगा कि सोहेल बीच में बोलेगा तो ये सारी चीज़ कवर कर देगा, तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो मैंने बीच में पूछनी थी वो कवर हो गई। बनोरी साहब ने बड़ा रेलेवेंट सवाल उठाया। उसी कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखिए, हमें जो आप सबकी प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत अच्छी थी, एंड आई रियली अप्रिशिएट दैट। कुछ प्रेजेंटेशंस में मुझे फील हुआ कि हमें जो अपनी थिंकिंग है ना वो थोड़ी सी उसको ग्रास रूट लेवल पे लाकर मुल्क के फ्यूचर में ये देखना सिर्फ इंडिया ही नहीं है, इंडिया के अलावा भी पाकिस्तान है, और उस पाकिस्तान को हम बेहतर कैसा बना सकते हैं, या वो क्या पॉलिसीज होंगी, हमें कब हम एट पीस होंगे, पॉलिटिकल ईज होगी इस मुल्क के अंदर, इकोनॉमिक सिचुएशन बेहतर होगी, इन तमाम चीज़ों के ऊपर हम क्या कर रहे हैं। आप दूसरी तरफ से देखें, पाकिस्तान में पोर्टेबल वाटर जो था वो 90% था एट द टाइम ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस, टुडे इट्स नॉट इवन 5%। आप एजुकेशन में देख लें, कायदे आज़म ने 1948 में एजुकेशन इमरजेंसी डिक्लेयर की थी, वेयर इज दैट एजुकेशन इमरजेंसी? आज आपका 2.3 मिलियन बच्चा स्कूल से बाहर है, उसको पूछने वाला कोई नहीं। इसी तरह पॉपुलेशन की कल कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है, उसके हालात आप देख लें। कहना मैं ये चाह रहा हूँ कि जी हम जब बातें करते हैं ना, काजमी साहब बुरा नहीं मनाइएगा, आपकी बात सुनते हुए ना मुझे ये लगा कि अनोखा लाडला खिलन को मांगे चांद रे, वो पाकिस्तान की रियलिटी भी देखें और ये देखें कि हम अपना ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट जब तक इसको आगे नहीं लेके जाएंगे ये मुल्क कैसे तरक्की करेगा। हमें अपना सोचने का जाविया जो है ना, तो उसको थोड़ा चेंज करने की ज़रूरत है, लोगों को ऊपर लाने की ज़रूरत है, ना कि हम सारा जो दुनिया का लेटेस्ट अभी टर्बो फाइटर्स जो होंगे वो अब हम मैदान में छोड़ देंगे, वो हमारे लिए लड़ेंगे। इस लाइन पे मैं नहीं सोचना चाह रहा। मैं ये चाह रहा हूँ कि जी हमारे यहाँ जो डिस्कशन हो वो बेसिकली इस चीज़ के ऊपर हो कि वो कौन सी पॉलिसीज़ हैं या चीज़ें हैं जो इस मुल्क को पीसफुल बनाएंगी। इस वक्त तो यू आर एट वॉर विद अफगानिस्तान। आप इस वक्त टेक्निकली अगर बाहर की नज़र से देखें तो आप रीजनल बुली नजर आएंगे इस वक्त। ये आपको रिफ्लेक्ट करने की जरूरत है, इंट्रोस्पेक्शन की जरूरत है। थैंक यू।
Yes, ma'am, please.
A quick response to Shah Jamal Sahab. कोई नहीं कहता कि आप internal strength अपनी ना बढ़ाएं. That is critical. Internal strength with its population control, with its education, and many other things that you need to look at. That is critical, but you cannot sit there without being prepared for another situation of conflict that may be inflicted on you. One. Number two, the important thing is that right now you are in a situation where you have Afghanistan and you have India that are sort of breathing down your neck. But the most, I think from our perspective, and this is important from the perspective of the spokesperson as well, that we need to have a very cool-headed public discussion, sort of positioning of our various views. Because अगर हम hot-headed तरीके से जवाब देते रहेंगे इंडिया के hot-headedness को, we have nowhere to go. I was at a recent conference and the people, there were about 400 or 500 people in the room. And I told them that you have to see what the rhetoric coming from India is. And this is not rhetoric coming from a person on the street, but from their former foreign secretary and national security advisor. He said, as in an interview, he said, we should continue to mow the lawn as far as Pakistan is concerned, i.e. do what Israel does to Gaza. So I basically said Pakistan is not Gaza and India is not Israel. And let's get our facts in order, because this is the kind of rhetoric that people, you know, when I said it, people were completely surprised that this good, historically important, culturally, whatever India is saying these things. So I think we need to bring out these things, but not at the level of ministers and not at the level of the head of government, but the spokesman can sort of refer to it if it's raised, or someone else can do it in their writings. But our rhetoric has to be that of a rational actor, and that will give us space internationally. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Since I have to earn my dinner and breakfast, I'll answer the first question and also comment on the last comment that was made. Lohar se Lohar ka kaam hi hoga, and the goldsmith will do his work. The question that was posed to me, I answered that question. But the larger question of the peace, I did give my personal views on that once Sabunuri raised that. And there's no, I think there's no one can question that once we talk of security, development, education, etc., does take precedence. If you don't have money, you can't defend yourself. So they go hand in hand, and this is a chicken and egg, and guns versus butter enduring debate. I completely echo the ambassador's sentiment. That's true, but it goes hand in hand. Regarding India, US, and European relationship post May 2025, I think since India has started claiming strategic autonomy and they have developed a sense of ownership internationally, because of that, I think the behavior of the US and European states have altered to regulate India's behavior. That is perhaps one of the things. And the second is that once India started targeting its diaspora on the US soil, in Canada and elsewhere, that is a pushback to that as well. And the third perhaps is that while India has benefited a lot from these partnerships, it has not perhaps returned what was expected out of it in terms of partnership. So it's a combination of all these. So will it be permanent? I don't think so. It's temporary, because if you look it on ground, there's nothing which has changed on the relationships, technological and other partnership side. All those are going apace. So there's no change in that. I think it's a temporary phase, and we should not be lulled by India getting a little bit of pressure from the US and elsewhere.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe now hour is late. And with this, we will like to conclude this question and answer session, plus the third session, plus the day one of the Islamabad Conclave. And I believe that all our panelists, they deserve full marks for making excellent presentations. All our participants, those who are joining us late at this time, they also deserve full marks, especially Khalid Banuri Sahab and Dr. Tia Kazmi. They are here since the morning, and they are providing the support to their spouses. And I also thank the ACDC team, Ms. Ghazala, Ms. Mazeb, Ms. Hadia, and Shahzeb, and also administration and the IT team, and the leadership of the Institute of Strategic Studies, those who have providing us with this hot tea and food and everything. So with this, we conclude this session. And now I would request Ambassador Khalid Mahmood, Chairman BOGISSI, to present mementos to the keynote speaker and to the panelists, and also a group photo followed by that distribution with the ACDC team also. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, please.